A quorum being present, this 367th Annual Town Meeting of Reading is called to order. Please rise for the invocation to be given by Mr. Phil Pacino, and then we will also have the Pledge of Allegiance following that. Mr. Pacino.
Let us pray. First, in recognition of the tragic death of 2 firefighters in Boston, we pray for Lieutenant Walsh and firefighter Kennedy and their families, colleagues, and friends. We also thank all the first responders, be they fire, police, or medical personnel, who have served by putting their lives and their skills on the line for others. As town meeting members, we are here to carry out our responsibilities as elected officials. We are here tonight to speak, to listen, to learn, to decide. We ask for this help from a higher power that each of us interprets as being there for us. We ask that a light be shown before us that gives us understanding and guidance. We ask to be allowed to use our energies to solve instead of divide. We ask to seek equitable solutions to issues we face. We ask for understanding of ideas and values, especially those of others that are contrary or in direct opposition to the ones we hold. We ask help to untangle confusion and complications of the decisions we are here to decide on. We ask for additional strength, especially when we feel frustrated and feel like giving up. We especially ask for this when we are faced with difficult and emotional decisions. We ask for knowledge and understanding to see the truth about the issues we are about here to decide on. We ask for consensus rather than conflict, reconciliation rather than polarization. Finally, we ask to seek a greater understanding of the issues we face here and the purpose for which we face them. This should help us to get a fair and equitable decisions and action. We ask that all these be granted to us. Boston strong, God bless America.
Before the oath of the Pledge of Allegiance, I direct you to the chair that's sitting in front of the flag. That is the Veterans Chair of Honor. In the fall, it was dedicated by the Board of Selectmen to everyone that has not returned. And now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have the oath of offices to all our new members and our re-elected members. So if you have just been re-elected or elected, please rise and repeat after me. I solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on me as a town meeting member according to the best of my ability and understanding, agreeably to the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and to the Charter and bylaws of the Town of Reading. So help me God. Well, congratulations to you new members, and welcome back to the people re-elected. Checkers for tonight are Janine Broussard and Mariano Correnti. Next, the clerk will read the warrant.
To any of the constables of the Town of Reading, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Reading qualified to vote in the local elections and town affairs to meet in the following places designated for the 8 precincts in the town. By the virtue of the warrant, I can dispense part of it, but I got to do this part. By virtue of the warrant on March 3rd, 2014, notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Reading qualified to the vote of the town affairs to meet at the place and the time specified by the posting attested copies of the town meeting warrant in the following public places within the Town of Reading. Precinct 1, Warren Killam School. Precinct 2, Reading Police Station. Precinct 3, Reading Municipal Light Department. Precinct 4, Joshua Eden School. Precinct 5, Reading Library. Precinct 6, Barrow School. Precinct 7, Birch Meadow School, and Precinct 8, Wood End School, and at Town Hall. The date of the posting being not less than 14 days prior to April 28, 2014, and the date set for town meeting in the warrant.
Mr. Arena moves that we dispense with the further reading of the warrant with the exception of the officer's return. Is there a second? Second, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, the motion carries.
I did.
Oh, she's ahead of me. No problem. Okay, next is the moderator's opening remarks. Traditionally, I go through some of the very basic rules specifically for the newer members, but it's always good to have a refresher. Before we begin, the chair would like to remind town meeting members and inform the newly elected members how we'll proceed. When you're recognized, please wait until you have the microphone before speaking. In addition to being heard in the hall, we want you to be heard on RCTV as well. The tapes from the cablecast may be used in verifying the official report. Before speaking, please state your name and precinct. Members are limited to no more than 10 minutes. The chair will call on people roughly in the order that they raise their hands, taking those that have not yet spoken first. Non-members may speak, but only after members have first had the opportunity to do so. Non-member proponents of a motion may speak with permission of the body. Remember to stay away from personal attacks or, for the most part, personal references. We are here to discuss issues and not personalities. After debate has proceeded for a while, we may have someone move the previous question or simply move the question. This is a call for debate to end. The motion itself is non-debatable, and we'd proceed directly to the issue of stopping debate. And it takes a 2/3 vote. The chair will not recognize that motion from a person who has just spoken. In other words, if you want to move the question and stop debate, that must be the only thing that you've risen for. Amendments. We may have people offer amendments to motions on the floor. These will be accepted. For simplicity's sake, the chair will only allow 2 proposed amendments on the floor at any one time. Once those are disposed of, others may be entertained. If the amendments are money amounts, the highest amount will be taken first. If it carries, the second will not be necessary. The same would apply for lengths of time, with the longer taken first. Otherwise, the most recently moved amendment will be taken first. If this becomes an issue later and an explanation is necessary, we'll do it at that time. Town meeting members must be sitting in the lower portion of the hall if they want to be recognized as town meeting members and have their votes counted. Instructional motions. Article 3 is placed on the warrant by the Board of Selectmen and calls for instructional motions. These motions instruct various boards or individuals to do whatever the motion calls for. Technically, state law does not allow motions to be made when the subject matter does not first appear in the warrant. They have traditionally been allowed here because they are non-binding. Our bylaws stipulate that all main motions, which these are, must be made in writing. Additionally, I ask that they be written on an 8.5 by 11 sheet containing nothing but the motion. Otherwise, they're likely to be lost up here on the table. The chair will enforce that rule. In addition, I would ask that whenever practical, all such motions be presented to the moderator at the beginning of each night's session. At some convenient point, the chair will inform the body what intended instructional motions have been presented. This is being done in fairness to those being instructed and deserve some semblance of notice, and to town meeting members who, when making a decision as to whether or not to adjourn for the evening, should know what business is still before them. Unlike all regular articles, members have no idea what type of instructional motions will be made. There's often confusion with 2 particular motions, indefinite postponement and tabling. Let me give you a brief explanation of the difference. Indefinite postponement is a motion asking that the body not vote for a particular motion during the life of this town meeting. Although it is thought of not so much as a vote against a particular issue, but rather a postponement, the result is the same. Voting in favor of indefinite postponement has the same result as voting against the main motion. If indefinite postponement carries, the main motion is defeated. A motion to indefinitely postpone is debatable. Tabling is used for another purpose altogether. Tabling temporarily puts a motion aside. It can be brought up again by anyone moving to take it from the table at any time before the meeting adjourns, sine die. This motion is non-debatable, although the chair will allow a brief explanation as to why the motion to table has been made. Adjournment. There are 2 types of adjournment. At the end of an evening, we adjourn to a time certain. Tonight, for instance, when we are done for the evening, we presumably will adjourn until Thursday. When we are done with the business of town meeting, we adjourn sine die, which translates without day. In other words, the meeting is complete. Please turn off your cell phones and pages or use non-audible alarms. And finally, I'd like to explain how things are likely to proceed over the next few hours and the next few days. Tonight, we begin with Article 2 of the annual meeting warrant, which is reports. And we'll proceed with that as far as we can until 8:30. At that time, we'll temporarily adjourn the annual meeting, and we're going to open up a special town meeting. We'll spend the evening working on that warrant until finished. Assuming we have time, we may go back into the annual meeting. If we could, it would be good if we could get through the Capital Improvement Plan 2014 through 2023, which must be addressed before we proceed to the budget. That's Article 4 of the main warrant. Article 13 is the Capital Plan 2015 through 24, which also must be acted on before Article 14, the budget. We'll start Thursday evening with those two, no matter where we are. Once completed, we'll go back to work on whatever is left. And with that, I believe we are now ready to move on to Article 2, which is reports. And I'm also the first one up on that. The Home Rule Petition Committee, or the Home Rule Charter Committee. At the 2013 annual town meeting, a positive vote on instructional motion laid the foundation for the creation of a committee to review our current town charter and, if warranted, recommend changes. The committee has met several times and has looked at various aspects of the charter and has recorded such recommendations. It also has held one hearing-like meeting to allow the public to review the work so far and to give opinions. More are planned. Additionally, if changes are recommended to any board, committee, or commission, that group will be given ample opportunity to be involved in deliberations. First, a little background. Under Article 89 of the Massachusetts Constitution, a charter may be amended by a 2/3 vote of town meeting, then submitted to the voters. If any change in a charter relates in any way to the composition, mode of election or appointment, or terms of office of the town meeting, the Board of Selectmen, or town manager, a full charter commission must be elected according to the state constitution's guidelines. At this point, no such recommendations have been made by the current committee. According to Section 8 of the Home Rule Amendment of the Constitution, certain proposed changes, once voted favorably by town meeting, may be submitted to the general court for enactment, negating the need for a special ballot election. That will be verified by town council before the committee even considered going that route, and would probably only consider that route if the changes are minimal. To date, much of the committee's work has concerned cleaning up language to make the document more readable and consistent, and to remove sections no longer relevant. One change of substance involves term limits of the Finance Committee members. Currently, members are limited to 9 years. If they begin by serving a partial term, they're precluded from being appointed to a second full 3-year term, which, if completed, would take them past the 9-year restriction. The committee proposes that a partial term of less than 2 years not count toward that limit. Another change calls for a special committee consisting of 9 members to be established at least every 10 years for the purpose of reviewing the charter and making a report to town meeting concerning any proposed changes. In effect, it sets guidelines and makes somewhat permanent any committee such as ours, any future committee such as ours. So far, we've made our first pass through Articles 1 through 4 of 9 and are currently working on Article 5. When completed with all 9, we reserve the right to reconsider all proposals to make sure they still fit into the big picture. When we are completed, we then will decide how to group them for town meeting votes. It's likely that the more substantive changes will stand alone, while so-called housekeeping amendments may be grouped together. Also, when we consider our work complete, all proposals will be reviewed by town council, of course. It is our intention to make a presentation of all proposals at the subsequent town meeting in November, but we also feel that the self-imposed time limit will not keep us from taking longer if warranted. In any event, we will make an updated report at that time. All meetings are posted and open to the public. In addition to our minutes being posted on the town's website, we also have a running change document coded so as to be able to see the proposals as they stand now. The document can be found at readingmad.gov under the town clerk, bylaws and regulations, one item up from the bottom of the page. Respectfully submitted, Alan Folds, moderator and chair of the Home Rule Petition Committee. Next report up is the zoning update with Mr. Adams. Is Mr. Adams here? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Charlie Adams. I'm the chair of the CPDC, and I want to speak briefly on the zoning bylaw comprehensive revision process. Over the last couple of years, CPDC has brought various proposed changes to the zoning code before this body in an effort to make small changes to the zoning bylaw. We've determined, however, that these small tweaks are not necessarily sufficient, and with encouragement from staff and their counsel, we've determined that more wholesale changes and revisions were needed, and that we thought this should be done in a careful, coordinated, and thoughtful manner. So towards that end, we requested funds from this body last year to hire a planning and zoning consultant who would work with staff and a committee made up of representatives from CPDC, the ZBA, selectmen, the local business community, and local citizens as well. That committee, affectionately known as ZAC, the Zoning Advisory Committee, has been diligently working for the past 7 months and will bring you up to speed on their efforts shortly. Prior to that, though, I just want to introduce 2 quick things. Find my clicker here. Just briefly, zoning. What is zoning? So zoning regulates the use and development of properties within the town. And our zoning code dates all the way back to 1928. So it's very old and needs a lot of revisions. We've made piecemeal changes over the years. But again, as I mentioned before, we felt at this time that a more comprehensive effort was needed to really review the zoning code and bring it up to speed. The project goal for this is fairly simple, but also complicated at the same time. The goals are really to basically simplify, modernize, and clarify the permitting process. One of the things we wanted to also make sure that we did was, this has been done by other towns and other communities, and it often gets roiled up in a long, cumbersome process. One of the things that was also important to us is not just that we do it in a timely and efficient manner. And so we've set some goals for having this done, and the ZAC is diligently working towards that end. And as you can see, what we've tried to do is have a first draft of the new proposed zoning changes that we're trying to implement done by July of this year, with the goal that by November of this year at town meeting, that will all be finalized. So there's a lot of work to be done between now and then, and that's part of why we're here now. And then shortly I'm going to turn it over to Marcy West. But before that, I just wanted to add to this discussion that CPDC and the ZBA are really very much in support of this effort and very much behind it. And we've been working in concert with the ZAC as we've gone through this process, looking at definitions, table of uses, some really exciting things. But all in an effort to really make the zoning work for all of us, for our residents, for our business community, and for our town, so that it is done in a thoughtful and consistent manner. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Marcy West, who's a selectman and also the chair of the ZAC, and she'll tell you what they've been doing and what we expect from you. So, thank you.
Ms. West?
Thanks. Great. Thank you, town meeting members. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce the committee members. Folks are actually putting in a ton of time. This is a very much of a working group. We are spending a lot of time looking at definitions, as we said, looking at all the details. I have some people who are cursing me for recruiting them, but it's really going well. So David Treniello, if you could stand up, David. David's the vice chair. He's a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and he's also an attorney, so it's great to have him on board. David Tuttle. David is on the CPDC. He's served as the chair on that and helps to do that bridge between the two organizations. Same thing with Jeff Hansen. Jeff is also on the CPDC, has done extensive research for us on some key issues, and it's really great. Eric Bergstrom is a resident, also a member of Financial Service Professional. Aaron Calvabacci is a resident and also a local business owner. And then George Kasufis is an associate member of the CPDC, and he's also an architect. So we have some really, really great resources on the group. Now this slide is missing two really key people. Well, it would be missing two key people if I had turned it. Okay, so Jean Delios. Jean, stand up. and Jesse Wilson have spent hours and hours, not only in our meetings while we're doing this, but then getting all of the documents prepared and working with the consultant that we have. So really appreciate all the work that they're putting into this. It's going to help us a great deal to make sure that we're in a good place and that we come up with zoning laws that are going to work for us. So one of the key things, really, the reason that we're here is we want to make sure everyone understands that this is going on. We want you to get involved. This is not something to wait until it's presented at town meeting, because what will happen is we will have put in many, many hours across the town, and we will have a zoning bylaw that's ready for a vote. It's an up or down vote, similar to what's happened before in the past when we've done the charter or the bylaws and we've just recodified them. So it's very important that we get everyone's input. We want this to be fully transparent, and we do want everyone to participate. So it's very important that people get involved in the dialogue. The other thing is everyone in here who has been a member of town meeting in the past has spent many hours debating one little piece of the zoning bylaws. This is going to be the whole thing. So please come to some of the public forums, participate, and make sure that your views are heard and that you have a chance to be part of the process. So some of the key areas that we're looking at, we're updating the definitions. We have spent months looking at the definitions and we are still not done with them. It seems a little bit overkill, but really that's the basis of how everything starts in terms of the zoning. So we want to make sure that we have good, solid definitions there. The CPDC spent a lot of time and looked at those. We've had a bunch of stuff from the consultants, and then as a team, we have also looked at it. And so we have some good information there. There's been a lot of feedback from the public about accessory uses and in-law apartments and some of the stuff that goes on with non-conforming information, and so that's a really important piece of this. In one of our early forums, we heard from 26% of the people that they thought that was their top concern. Sign regulations was the top concern for people. 28% of the people at the public forum where we did a polling said that that was their top concern. We have parking requirements, which people have issues with. So site plan review and making sure that special permitting. So we want to make sure that we have a good way for people to do their projects, to go through the steps, to have it be very clear and apparent. We want to make sure that we're keeping all of the controls that we need as a town, but we don't have any extras that we don't need. Planned unit developments, aquifer protection district is another area that people have some concerns about, so we'll be looking at those. And then we have a couple of bylaws that are actually be removed. So the wetlands protection district and the downtown mixed use are actually obsolete because the state law already covers those, or the downtown smart growth does, and so there's not really a need for those any longer. So in terms of our process, we've had 14 public meetings to date. Those meetings generally are 3 hours, easy. You know, we're putting in a lot of time and effort in those. We've got a bunch more that are set up. So it says nearly a dozen more, but actually we've recently looked at the schedule, looked at where we are, and we've added one from, I think it's every week, Jean. So take a look at the website. All of the meetings are posted. People are invited to attend. We've had folks who have attended who are not part of the committee, and they do participate, and we're happy to have them. The project website. So the project website for this is on the consultant's website, and they have information. They have all the minutes. They have the prior presentations. We've done polling in the past. Everybody would have gotten one of these, so we're going to be using these in just a little bit. And the results from that polling is available on there. If it's too hard for you to remember that, you can go to our town website. You can see what's happening, and zoning update is right on there, and you can link right in that way as well. So that's, now this is the part where we're going to do a little bit of interactive questions. Now, I want to ask for a few extra minutes. I don't think we're going to go over, but just in case, I would like to ask that we've got the opportunity to go over a few minutes if we do, so people have an opportunity to poll in on this.
Is there any objection? None appearing? You can continue, Ms. West.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what we're doing on this is we're going to have you go through and poll these things. These questions. So the very first one is, for one of these items, what you're going to do is you take this, you look on this list here, and you're going to match up the number, and then you're going to poll with the number that's on there. And Jean, am I going to have to do something to close polling on this? Okay. Okay. So at the top, you're going to be able to see responses. So in addition to being a town meeting member, are you a local business owner, a past resident of Reading zoning bylaws, a member of committee commission, more than one of the above, you're a renter, or you're none of the above? So, and what we'll do is at the top there, you can see those are responses. And when this is done, we're going to get a chance to see how people have polled on this. Okay, going. We got a few more here. Last call. Everybody good? All right. Okay, so most people are saying that they're none of the above, which is kind of surprising because most of you are town meeting members and probably property owners. Oh, in addition to, oh, you are right. Absolutely. Thank you for the raspberry. I appreciate that. Okay, so here we go. The next one's going to be a little different. So what we want to do is find out what aspect of zoning is the most important to you. So pick one of the items on here and vote for that one item as the most important item to you. Okay, going. I think people did find the, okay, now we're going. Closing. All right, so most people are concerned with the permitting process as their number one concern on zoning. And that's helpful because when we have this kind of information, we know that we can make sure that we're working on the pieces that are the most important to folks. Now what we're going to do is we're going to actually go through this list 3 more times for your second, third, and fourth choice. Please don't put in the same thing you already put in because we want to know what your 1, 2, 3, and 4 choices are, okay? So here's number 2. If you had a hard time deciding, you got 3 more chances to go. So. We do need the Jeopardy. You're right. We need the Jeopardy countdown, right? Okay, we're going, gone. Okay, polling's closed. All right, so permitting processes. So everybody has that at either their first or second choice. Okay, here we go. We're going to do this one more time with number 3. So don't pick your first or second choice. Go with something else. So it shouldn't be permitting this time. Could be. When we did this in the zoning advisory public forums, the software was configured such that you could actually vote on your top 3 or 4, and so it didn't allow for double counting, but we weren't able to configure it this way for this evening. Okay. So now we've got non-conforming structures or uses as the third priority. All right, we're going to do this one more time, and this is the last one. Getting faster, yeah. Okay, I think we're done. All right, so non-conforming uses or structures, everybody's very concerned about that as well, and it looks like we've got a close second on parking requirements. So now we got another one of these where we wanted to get some sense from you on another set of items. So it has to do with which of the possible changes would you rank as highest? So what do you think is most important of these for us to make sure that we get changed in the zoning? Come on, come on. Going. Okay, we're gone. All right, so this is really close between streamlining the plan review and broaden to allow new types of businesses. So that's great, because those are some of the things that we definitely want to make sure that we have it. It's very clear that we want to invite different types of businesses in and make sure that the plan review process is clear and easy to understand. So we're going to do this again for 2, and then I'm going to actually cut it off, Jean, with just the 2 on this one, since we've just got 5. So what do you count as your number 2 item on this? Okay, going. Gone. All right, so definitely people have the same thing. So either 1 or 2, right in that same area. And that's definitely something we want to do, is to make sure that these things are streamlined, clarified, simplified. So we do not want to make things more complicated. Part of the thing that makes this so challenging is that you saw 1928 is when it was based on. It's been piecemeal since then, and it's just very difficult to actually figure out what's really intended now with all those different layers. So appreciate that. Oh, is there one more? Oh, is there it has what we're doing, what's coming up. Oh, okay, I forgot about this. Okay, so were you aware of the public forums on zoning? Yes, no, yes, but you didn't attend. All right, ready? Okay. All right, yes, but I did not attend. But we have a good number of people who said no. Everybody that's in here, we have more public forums. You haven't missed out. Please come. We want your opinions. Okay, so here's the question. We would like to have an informational interview in September that's in advance of town meeting, gives people an opportunity to ask those questions, have some debate, get into a lot of detail so that we are not spending all of town meeting doing this. So the question is, are people willing to come to an informational meeting in September? Couple. Okay. Oh, we have people who are going to come. Yay. Because I keep telling Jean that I want her to put in the letter, we're going to have 10 nights of town meeting if people don't come to these and, actually participate. So here's the question. When would you like to attend? What's the most convenient time? Because we want to make sure that we're making it available at a time that people are able to attend. Okay. All right, early evening. That's good. Excellent. Okay, so how do you like to get the information on this? Do you prefer to just get it through email? Do you like to hear about it? Do you want to go to meetings? We want to get some feedback on that. It's always a challenge to figure out what the best way is to communicate with people. We want to make sure that we're reaching people in the way that they'd like to be reached. Okay, going, gone. All right, emails. All right, so we do have town meetings email list, and we will make sure that you continue to get updates. I know that we've sent some, but we will continue to send updates. So that's our polling. So please do come and attend some of the public forums that happen, some of our meetings. And usually we do have food at our public forums if you need an extra incentive. So thank you very much.
Okay. Next up is our FY15 budget report and financial overview by the Finance Committee. Mr. Berman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not going to be as technologically exciting. I'll have a couple of slides, though, but that's about it. Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, Board of Selectmen, School Committee, fellow Finance Committee members, folks listening at home, thank you for allowing the opportunity to update you on the current state of Reading's finances. This budget, and by the way, normally we do this kind of before we do the budget, but we're not going to be doing that until Thursday. But because of the sort of the interim town meeting, we thought it'd be good to give the budget report earlier rather than later. So we're not, just as a reminder, we're not going to be doing the budget tonight. This budget is a collaborative effort of town and school leaders as well as community volunteers. We're extremely fortunate in town to have such a committed and talented group. This budget process was punctuated with open, frank, and transparent discussion over many months and many meetings. Town meeting, you can be confident in the fact that while this budget probably does not accomplish all of what some will hope, the process of deliberation was thoughtful, respectful, sometimes agonizing, and it will allow the town to face its financial challenges that confront us in the coming years. So I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about some of the accomplishments as well as the challenges. Through these difficult times, our finances continue to be strong. We maintain a AA credit rating. Our cash position, while it's above the Finance Committee policy of 5% of revenues, it does face erosion from the demands of funding basic services. The Finance Committee in June will deliberate to potentially increase our policy of free cash, because a key factor in determining the cost of our debt for the approved and proposed building projects is our credit rating, and the agencies look favorably to a higher free cash position. Another accomplishment is that for the third consecutive year, we've committed a significant portion of our operating budget to fund our other post-employment benefit, or OPEB, obligations. These are the obligations that we owe to our retired municipal workers' health costs. By adhering to this discipline, we've reduced our overall obligation in order to kind of get whole by $27 million. While we don't have a policy per se on FinCom, that is something that we're also going to revisit in the summertime to actually have a policy which has us contribute money to fund our OPEB obligation. Just to give you an idea of what this number is, it's between $450,000 and $500,000 a year that comes right out of the operating budget to fund this liability. Trust me, friends, that $450,000 and $500,000 could be well spent in this budget, but yet we continue to do the discipline of keeping that obligation going. Another accomplishment is that town government undertook its first significant reorganization plan in decades so that we can better deploy our resources to address customer service needs. We continue, as you'll hear and you've probably seen, to offer many of our services regionally, and we're exploring opportunities to do that in other areas as well. The benefit of doing things regionally is that, yes, it could save some money, but that's not the overall, the overall benefit of doing it. We want to really be able to offer deeper services with the current expenditures that we do. So saving money isn't necessarily the overriding priority of doing it, but we're trying to stretch the dollar, something that we do in Reading a lot. Our downtown continues to grow. We have new businesses, restaurants, and activity significantly add to our new growth, which allows us to fund our capital and our operating requirements. I know that the town has invested in software to allow the streamlined permitting process, easier to get projects approved. And just sort of dovetailing from Marcy's presentation, just hearing your opinion, how important it is to be able to get projects permitted, to have new businesses to be able to come in, is going to be something that's addressed in the zoning, but it's also you shown a priority. And that is also has a great financial impact for the town. Because in addition to what we can raise in our property taxes, 2.5% each year, part of what we're able to do is to add new growth. New growth is stuff that didn't exist the year before, whether that be new homes, new businesses, things that get added to the tax rolls. The quicker that we can get new projects approved, get new businesses to come into town, that's going to relieve some of the pressure on our operating budget because it'll allow the town to grow. Just as to give you a point of reference, we budgeted this year $500,000 of new growth. That's basically stuff that didn't exist before in new tax revenue. If we can do better, then that would relieve the operating budget. But that's something that, you know, we just can't, we can't rely on that. We just have to do our best to make it easier for businesses to come into town, for Reading to be user-friendly. The voters this year have approved a $13.2 million debt exclusion to leverage an additional $5 million from the state to completely renovate our aging and deteriorating library. When this project's finished, it's going to be a crown jewel in town. However, there are other projects, capital projects that are looming in the future that we're going to have to pay particular attention to. The proposed early childhood center, which we're going to hear a lot about tonight, an extremely costly water distribution repair, a DPW facility, Killam School. These are all projects that are going to require significant capital improvement. And one of the things that Finance Committee is going to do also in the summer, we're going to have a very busy summer, is that we want to basically get all the boards, all the committees, all the stakeholders together to sort of figure out a process by which we can plan and finance these projects responsibly. A lot of time, you've been asked in the last few months to fund the library. One of the things that we're going to be talking about tonight is the Early Childhood Center. And while these projects come at you one at a time, I think it's time for us to kind of take a step back a little bit, look at what we're going to need, look at what the impact is going to be on the individual projects and on the average tax bills, and come up with a process by which we can make those kind of decisions in a way that Reading really knows how to do, which is basically to look at all aspects and involve everybody together. I want to talk a little bit about the actual FY15 budget itself. I've been on the FinCom now for this might be my 7th or 8th budget that I've worked on personally. And the deliberations around this budget were the most trying in years. This was a very, very difficult budget to get through. We're maintaining basic services. We're not adding much, and in fact, there might be some cuts on the school side that you might hear about a little bit later. However, we're balancing the budget this year with $1.7 million of free cash. That is the largest amount of free cash that we have allocated to basically funding a budget, at least in the time that I've been on the FinCom. Normally what happens is that we generally say we're going to try to do between $1 million and $1.5 million. Then we get new growth, or we get new income streams, one-time revenue, things that we weren't counting on. We return unspent money, and we generally stay within that $1 million. This year, there were no more magic bullets left in the gun. Last year, in contrast, we utilized $1 million in free cash, and this year we voted to do 1.7. This pace is unsustainable without immediate influx of new revenue. But what's worth noting, I think, is not so much what's in the budget. You have what's in the budget in front of you. What's worth noting is what's not in the budget. The budget funds schools at a $350,000 level below what was voted by the school committee. Additionally, between the school side and on the town side, there was a combined $1.85 million of budget requests that we didn't even touch. And these things, by the way, are not things that would be, nice to haves. These are comprehensive, basic services. Technology, public safety, public works, classroom services. And what was particularly troubling to the Finance Committee was that when we heard the school presentation, we learned that Reading ranked 305th out of 328 school districts in per pupil spending. And while the school committee continues to provide a high level of services, if this trend continues, we're going to fall back behind our peer communities and fail to meet the community expectations in our services. And these challenges are not just on the schools, it's also on the town government side. So I want to take a second and also kind of look beyond this year's budget. This year's budget is fine, but really what's troubling is what happens in FY16 and FY17. As you know, the constraints of Proposition 2.5 have forced local governments to make choices in the service levels provided and cut services when revenue is not sufficient. And I want to take a couple of seconds to talk about revenue. And I think we do have some slides there. Bob, I want to go, how do I go back? That's the first slide. Oh, so I want to go, okay. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about revenue. There's basically 4 pots of revenue that the town can draw from. The biggest one is obviously our property taxes, and that represents a little bit above 70%. It's the, well, I guess on mine it's blue. On this one it's green. It's the largest one, and it's approaching. It's been always a little bit below 70, but now it's about 70 or a little bit above of the total revenue that we have in Reading. The second one, or the second largest one, is state aid. And that represents generally an even number, about 18% of our revenue. And we have about an $82 million budget. Okay, the third is local receipts. Local receipts include things like fees, the meals tax, excise tax, money that we get from RMLD. And that generally hovers a little under 8% of our budget. And the smallest part are transfers from other aspects. So that's basically the 4 pots. I want to focus on state aid a little bit. This chart, what represents the blue are the actual state aid dollars. That's money that we get plotted year by year from the state. Actually, a couple things to note on this is that when cuts got made in 2001, 2002, it took 4 years. By the way, these are actual dollars, not inflation-related dollars. So it took 4 years to get us back up to that point. We had a spike in 2010, but that was mostly from additional money that the state gave us that they got from the federal government during the bailouts. And then, as you've seen, we've gone steadily down. Now, what the red line represents, starting in 2001, is what our state aid would look like if it increased at the same 2.5% level that our property tax could go. In other words, if they had a Proposition 2.5 on the state level that basically said that they would increase 2.5% a year to cities and towns, what that would look like. And so what you see, the red line kind of goes in a steady pattern, but the state aid number goes back and forth. And if you look at the last 3 years, the difference between what we would have gotten in that additional state aid, if that increased at the same level, versus the state aid number that we got, is about $1 million a year. That's big money in a town where we're using $1.7 million of free cash to manage the budget. So it gives you a perspective that a big chunk of our revenue, 18% of our revenue, is not keeping up even with Proposition 2.5. And then the last slide. Bear with me. Okay. This is what our annual percentage in state aid looks like. Not very reliable to balance a budget, is it? What you're seeing is basically the ups and the downs as a percentage in any one year. Our costs don't go up and down. Our obligations don't go up and down. But the money that we're getting from the state goes up and down. So as you can see, we are very, very limited in our ability to raise revenue. About 4 or 5 years ago, the Finance Committee held a series of workshops and discussions to talk about what are the other ways that we can raise cash. And we talked a lot about them. We could sell town-owned land, we could do billboards, we can do cell towers, we could do naming rights. And we actually looked at each one and vetted them and really, kind of just see what we can do. While I think cell towers might still be something that we could look at, some of the other things really didn't pan out. And even if they did, it wouldn't be that magic silver bullet that we could use that's automatically going to raise, it's going to raise the needed revenue. On the flip side, we also looked at what are some of the things that services that we don't necessarily need or want to pay for. And that list had, I think, 0. Right? Basically, people wanted to have the services, maybe didn't want to pay for them, but were unwilling to give up certain things. Actually, what I'm not going to do tonight is use this clicker to ask you to say, okay, do you want to cut out the senior center? Press 1. Do you want to stop trash collection? Press 2. Do you want to have an average of 25 kids in a 3rd grade class? Press 3. If you want to have roving principals like they have in some other school districts, press 4. But these are some of the things that if you, as we get to talk about how we're going to fund our budget, we have to obviously live within our means, but we also have to live with the fact of what are the services that we want. And this is what I want to bring up is that really for the first time in about 13 or 14 years, we are really going to need to have a discussion about whether this is whether this is the time to have an operating override in the town of Reading. We can't run away from it anymore. We can't hide from it. We can't wish that it just wasn't here. Our revenues are not keeping up with the pace of our costs. And if we want to continue to have those level of services, we need to begin that discussion. So again, what the Finance Committee is recommending is having similar discussions, sort of like almost what the zoning board was doing, to really go in and talk about really what's the type of town that we want to have. What are the services that we want? What can we afford to pay for? What are we willing to do without? Now, that's going to be a discussion that's going to take a while. And it's good to have that because there's going to be a time, it may be next year, it might be in FY17, that we're really going to have that discussion because what's going to happen is that we cannot sustain our operating budget with using 1.7 or 1.5 or even $1.3 million of free cash every year to do it. Our costs are outrunning our ability, are outrunning our revenues. Now, we've done our best to manage within the constraints of 2.5. We've delivered high-quality services in a fiscally responsive manner, and we've made painful choices when other towns have not, and we've avoided the huge layoffs. It's been 13 years since the voters were asked to consider this, and while we're not endorsing it, certainly please don't misunderstand that we're not endorsing it. What we are heavily endorsing, though, is to begin that discussion. Because what's clear is that our current budget levels are unsustainable, and we really need to discuss these now. So, in conclusion, we have achieved high level of fiscal soundness. We've taken the long view approach to financial planning. We've done it in an open and transparent and collaborative manner. And this culture will continue to serve us well. It's going to have to, because a lot of difficult choices are going to be needed to happen, and it can't be pitting one group in the community against another. We have to continue to work collaboratively. That's what got us through hard times in the past, and it's going to get us through hard times in the future. We have a new Board of Selectmen, we have a new school committee, and also we're going to have new Finance Committee members too next year. So now is the time to really come together and do this. Before I close, I want to actually acknowledge and I want to thank David Greenfield, who will be leaving the Finance Committee in June after 9 years of service. David's provided sage wisdom and counsel and has been a steady hand on the committee and has really served the town well. So I really want to thank David for his service. And on a personal note, I want to thank town meeting and my Finance Committee colleagues for the opportunity to serve you. My term is also coming to a conclusion. I'll be stepping down in June. So given these challenges, there are 2 open seats now on Finance Committee. So I'm sure that the people here or people that you know will be really willing to step up and grab the gauntlet to really get us through these difficult financial times. But thank you very much, and we'll be doing the budget on Thursday. Thank you.
Well, we're past 8:30, but I would like to finish Article 2. So we will finish Article 2 with the state of the town. Mr. Arena?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would request additional time. My comments should take no more than 15 minutes.
Any objection? Not appearing, Mr. Arena?
Before I begin my prepared remarks, the Board of Selectmen before you has, I think collectively, maybe 6 or 7 years of formal experience on the board, but represents a truly enthusiastic group. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the two gentlemen that vacated those seats last year, Mr. James Montezoli, Mr. Ben Tafoya, for their years of service. I think Ben coined the term, and I may butcher it, the salary, it doesn't have a salary, but the pay is great. And I'd echo the sentiment. It's, on one hand, it's awe-inspiring, and on the other hand, it creates a certain amount of humility. The lives you touch, the considerations you bring to bear. So I'd like to thank both their gentlemen for their service. First of all, thank you to my fellow board members, Town Manager Bob LeLacheur, Superintendent Dr. John Doherty, fellow board and committee members, town meeting members, town and school staff, and the citizens of the town of Reading. It is an honor to serve as chairman of the Reading Board of Selectmen for 2015. I'd like to highlight some of the town's 2014 achievements, offer a few words on behalf of our board members, and then amplify some of the comments that Mr. Berman presented about our challenges for 2015. First, welcome and congratulations to our newest town meeting and town board members. For those of you who raised your hands tonight and took your oath, you take your place in history in the town. You take your place in town history and town government, and thank you very much for doing so. You take a place in a very long line of volunteers who have contributed to our town's success and self-determination, and in a larger sense, our success as citizens in this great American experiment. Reading is blessed to have very active and interested citizens. Our town committees, commissions, and boards are filled with passionate, motivated volunteers from A to Z, literally, animal control to zoning board of appeals. If you have an interest area, we have a place for you to exploit it. Volunteerism and self-determination are not new thoughts for Reading and her citizens. In the fall of 1639, our earliest members began their plantation at the foot of the Great Pond with immense determination to prosper, to grow food, to raise families, to worship God, to exercise their freedoms of thought, assembly, and expression, and to provide for the common good, while passing down the fruits of their lives and their labors to their successors and their children. Today, our motivations are born out of very similar objectives against the backdrop of an increasingly dangerous and unpredictable world stage. Our community has moved itself forward for 375 years, in part because our citizens, staff, and volunteers have actively engaged in self-determination and self-governance. That's why you're here tonight. Our town is what it is today because of those volunteers and staff who have gone before us, provided their time and creative resources, and helped build this great town we all call home. That desire to advance, improve, to care for our town and our fellow citizens, and to make something better for the next generation continues unabated. That's one reason Reading is very special to me, and I hope to you. And it's a motivation not lost on our neighboring towns who take note of Reading's progress, our pride, and our success. I'd like to highlight briefly this past year's town and community accomplishments, and then turn attention to the challenges ahead. During the past year, we lost over 150 years of valuable experience as Mike Debregard, Bobby Stark, Jimmy Richardson, all from DPW, and Police Lieutenant Peter Gaczynski retired after long and distinguished careers. We mourn the loss of the passing of retirees Herb Perry, Victor Kale, Robert Nickerson, and Marvin Rosenthal. We welcome 6 new employees, Jennifer List and Andrea Hogan in the library, Cody McKinnon and Dan Radokia in DPW, and Melissa Coster in Community Services and Caitlin Saunders in Administrative Services. In addition, we congratulate over a dozen town employees who earned promotions in their departments. When we think of employees that have held 40-plus careers in this town, I wonder what our government will look like 40 years from today. And the reorganization that we approved in the November town meeting will help get us there. The level of citizen participation in Reading is incredible. We have 61 active boards, committees, and commissions filled by 316 members, and that doesn't include the 192 of you that are here tonight. Of the 316 boards, committees, and commissions, 280 positions are appointed, 36 are elected, and in the past year, the Board of Selectmen appointed or reappointed 70 individuals to fill open positions, meaning our volunteer community remains robust. Each of those volunteers will dedicate typically a week or more to their community, meaning that we're drawing on about 12,000 volunteer hours over the course of each year. Beyond these boards is an unknown and unknowable number of hours spent on volunteers for recreation, school, club athletics, parent booster organizations, music, drama, the arts, and other cultural activities. In the area of infrastructure planning, we continue to improve. 10 years ago, the town began long-term active management of capital for maintenance and planned refresh of our facilities, our vehicles, and equipment. Today, that capital program looks 10 years ahead with dedicated annual funding, which encourages strong planning compliance from our staff. That results in reductions in operational expense, energy and vehicle maintenance, increased employee safety, and reduced unplanned capital requests. Large building projects are beyond the scope of the current town budget. The recent debt exclusion vote for the library demonstrated that a majority of voters will consider building reinvestment, while at the same time recognizing that a substantial minority objects to additional spending. Proposals for added kindergarten and pre-K facilities are wending their way through the school and finance committees, and we'll hear more about that tonight. Our review of the DPW Public Works facility is leading to a proposal that would reshape and relocate support operations there. The initial MWRA pipeline improvements on Main Street are now part of our Enterprise Fund capital plan, and additional discussions that benefit both Reading and North Reading continue with the MWRA. The long-awaited, and some of us would say feared, West Street Gas and MWRA project improvements have officially begun. We all benefit from more reliable and higher capacity utilities, which is a helpful, stress-relieving chant as you negotiate the detours. In the area of security and safety improvements, public safety has added 2 police officers and a firefighter in recent years, anticipating increased demand from commercial development and high-density housing. Tax revenues from this new economic growth support these new costs. The police department has recently reorganized command staff to deal with the increased law enforcement challenges, which rely on proactive preparation rather than reactive management as in the past. Recognizing the results of these efforts, Reading was recently ranked 13th safest city in America by Neighborhood Scout, a data-driven national realtor group with a focus on schools and public safety. Congratulations go to our school committee and school department, as Reading Memorial High School makes that same organization's list as the 35 best performing public school in the country. In the area of community and economic development, as we heard earlier, the town began its first comprehensive revision of the zoning bylaws in 75 years that will simplify and update the bylaw to recognize modern development, future housing, and business needs. The pace of economic development on Haven and Main Streets continues. The Charles Street building sports a newly renovated exterior. Orange Leaf is open for business with Diamici's, Bakery, Northern Bank and Trust, and Bonradius Tavern either open or opening soon. Haven Street continues its build-out with a total of 53 residential units occupied and new business additions with Portland Pie, Pamplemousse, Zynga, and Snap Fitness, open for business. For the first time in our town's history, you can get a meal, get a drink, get dessert, and get to the gym without leaving the block. On South Main Street, there are approximately 216 new housing units built, about half of the 424 units ultimately planned by Pulte Homes. And at Johnson Woods off West Street, the build-out continues towards 293 units total. When complete, 770 additional housing units will have been added, representing almost 10% of our housing stock. These will continue to place a burden on local services while also contributing to our tax base. Improvements coming soon on South Main include improvements to the old tuxedo shop, the bridal salon, and the former Getty gas station. And the post office is up for sale. We've all worked very hard to preserve our small town character in the face of the big town development going on around us. We're getting noticed. WCVB-TV and MoveTo.com recently compiled a list of the best places to live in Massachusetts, and Reading came in second, behind only Marshfield. If we could just figure out how to get an ocean view, would have beat it. Let's take a looking forward. Our challenge is financial. You've heard the comments of the Finance Committee this evening. How do we preserve that equilibrium of town revenues and spending? Let's start with revenues. Prop 2.5 naturally limits our revenue growth to between 2% and 4% a year, including new growth. The exact figure in any year is greatly determined by state aid, as Barry's chart showed you earlier, over which we really have no control. For example, next year the Commonwealth forecasts at the state a revenue growth of 5% at their level, yet is able to pass through 1%, 20% of their take comes back to the town. So about 1% increase in state aid to the town of Reading. The town manager's report tonight does an outstanding job of providing the additional background on our revenue picture for the next few years. And it's important that each of you here tonight read it before Thursday when we consider the budget. Reading uses a highly collaborative and disciplined annual budget process that has delivered excellent financial results to date at a time when the broader national economic climate has been very disappointing. Proposition 2.5 has introduced necessary and desirable discipline for communities that have otherwise had a natural appetite for spending. For communities such as Reading that have always deployed good fiscal and spending discipline, Prop 2.5 has motivated some very creative improvement to staff organization and delivery. For example, we've employed technology to improve efficiency and achieve better communications. We've moved to performance contracting. We've implemented regionalizations with neighbor towns for several functions, improving both cost and execution performance. Despite all of these efforts, we are at a point of inflection. We can't continue to deliver the same scope of services and fund them at the same rate of spending growth. We have a choice. We go on a diet, or we buy bigger pants. The choice is between delivering either a higher quantity of or a top-notch quality of services to the community in both town and school budgets. In early May, the Board of Selectmen will meet with all town department heads to begin a dialogue in the choices for FY16 budgets and beyond, and some of these choices may be painful. The town's budget this year demonstrates exactly where taxpayer funds are going, and this year, the town manager outlined some of the places where those funds are not going on comments that begin on page 24 of the town meeting warrant before you. And again, please review those sections before we move to the budget on Thursday night. One conclusion is inescapable. This year, we are using an extraordinary amount of free cash to support our operating budget, a decision that is unsustainable and, in my view, unwise. If kept at the level proposed, our free cash balance will be depleted. This will eliminate the funds we depend on, we use for one-time surprises, emergencies, unplanned repairs, snow and ice, and other overruns. Our risk profile, that AA rating that Mr. Berman referenced earlier, will be negatively impacted with the library and potentially school debt just ahead. That'll boost our borrowing costs. And we will have set a regrettable precedent, in my opinion, adding additional spending, recurring spending, ahead of determining how we pay for it. In offering this FY15 budget forward to town meeting, the Finance Committee was quite clear that their recommendation for free cash use would both hasten the discussion and accelerate the need for a future operating override. Among the Finance Committee, the School Committee, and the Board of Selectmen, collectively, there are 20 dedicated residents with a wide variety of backgrounds and interests. Using their most recent public vote or public statements made by each member, 2 of those 20 would favor using an even greater amount of free cash. 12 would support the amount proposed in this budget, and 6 strongly prefer to use less. As one of those 6, I'm willing to abide by the will of the majority, but for 1 year only, insisting that free cash use return to the sustainable levels in fiscal 16. And I would ask each of you here tonight to join me in that call. A 1-year limited use will ensure that residents receive predictable levels of service from the school department and town government next year, as we all gather together this summer to plan for the years ahead. I'd like to close my prepared remarks this evening by surveying town meeting members here tonight to provide their opinion on a few financial decisions. The answers are purely for informational purposes only. Spelling doesn't count, and there's no math. We're going to go old school tonight, and rather than the tablets in your hand, we're going to use a show of hands, and perhaps we even have to go for a roll call. But we're just going to really go by more or less, if you don't mind. Who's got the clicker? Just go ahead and page down. Okay. Of those in the room, town meeting members, how many of you attended a financial forum session in the last 12 months? Raise your hands. How many did not? So by my eye, maybe 25, 75? How many of you attended a school committee or board of selectmen meeting during this year's budget discussions? How many did not? Maybe slightly more. My take on that is it looks like about 1/4 or 3/4 in an unscientific survey. Okay, a 4-parter. Let's see if we can pull this off. Regarding the current level of services, please indicate your alignment to only one of the following 4 statements. Let me read them first. I like the current level of services, and I'm willing to pay more to keep them. I like the current level of services, but I'm not willing to pay more to keep them. I would favor greater levels of public services, and I'm willing to pay more to expand them. Or, I'd favor reduced level of services and a lower tax bill. Those in favor of number 1, I'd like the current level of services, and I'm willing to pay more to keep them. Number 2, I like the level of services, but I'm not willing to pay more to keep them. Number 3, I would favor greater levels of public services, and I'm willing to pay more to expand them. Number 4, I would favor a reduced level of services and a lower tax bill. Interesting, as I sit here scanning, I see, I think, more resonance for the same level or the same level with more spending. It's close if you sum them up, but it's probably, as I sit here, it's unscientific, maybe it's 60-40. Question 4, Reading has approximately 90% residential properties in its tax base and 10% commercial properties. Question, Reading's balance of residential to commercial property is just right. Or, there's insufficient commercial development, we should encourage more. Or, insufficient residential development, we should encourage more. Those in favor of holding it the way it is? Those in favor of more commercial development? Those in favor of more residential development? Looks like the commercials have it. Okay, I was kidding when I said there was no math. Behind me is a chart that shows the relative property tax burden on residents in communities north of Boston. So each dot represents a community. We've anonymized the data to protect the innocent. We've also excluded from the data certain coastal communities. Remember, we still don't have that ocean view, so we've taken out our peers that have one. The arrow and the red mark show where Reading is in that grouping. And reflecting on the fact that outside data sources have shown that Reading is a great place to live, I'm showing you this to really get you to think about the point that are you, and more to the point, are your constituents willing and supportive to pay more taxes and move that dot to the right and to the north? I won't ask your question here tonight, but this is really the fundamental question in front of us as we contemplate our future. Planning for our financial future requires the full involvement of all parties and transparency to all town and school budgets, allowing us a comprehensive view to all corners of our spending. Only by all of us working together, and I'm proud to say that as long as I've been a Reading resident, I don't believe I've ever seen obstructionist behavior in terms of failure to disclose or failure to present. But only by all of us continuing to work closely together with full disclosure and cooperation will we succeed in plotting our path ahead. The Board of Selectmen before you is highly motivated to lead that challenge. May God bless you all and continue to bless the town of Reading. Thank you and good evening.
Ms. West moves that we lay the substance of Article 2 on the table. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, the motion carries. Article 2 is laid on the table. Now, before we proceed, just another quick explanation. We're doing something tonight we don't often do. We've got two separate town meetings, the annual meeting and a special meeting. What we'll do now is we will adjourn the annual meeting until after the completion of the special meeting, just on the off chance that we finish early enough to come back into it. We'll then proceed into the special meeting, and if we have used up all the time tonight, we'll take just a few seconds to more formally adjourn until Thursday night. So at this point, Mr. Arena moves that we adjourn the annual town meeting until following the completion of the special meeting. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, motion carries. The annual meeting stands adjourned. The quorum being present, the special town meeting is called to order. The clerk read the warrant.
To any of the constables of the town of Reading, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Reading qualified to vote in elections and town affairs to meet at the Reading Memorial High School Performing Arts Center, 62 Oakland Road, in said Reading, on Monday, April 28, 2014, at 8:30 o'clock in the evening, at which time and place the following articles are to be acted upon and determined exclusively by the town meeting members in accordance with the provisions of the Reading Home Rule Charter.
Mr. Arena moves that we dispense with further reading of the warrant with the exception of the officers returned. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, the motion carries.
By the virtue of the warrant, Tom Friedman, on April 10, 2014, notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Reading qualified to vote on town affairs to meet in the place and the time specified by posting attested copies of this town meeting warrant in the following public places within the town of Reading: Precinct 1, Warren-Killam School; Precinct 2, Reading Police Station; Precinct 3, Reading Municipal Light Department; Precinct 4, Joshua Eaton School; Precinct 5, Reading Public Library; Precinct 6, Barrow School; Precinct 7, Birch Meadow School; Precinct 8, Wood End School, and at Town Hall. To date, the posting have not being less than 14 days prior to April 28th, the date set for the town meeting of the warrant. I also cause a posting of this warrant to be published at the Town of Reading website on April 10th, 2014.
Thank you. Business under Article 1. We have a motion to table by Mr. Halsey. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, the motion carries. Article 1 is laid on the table. Business under Article 2. We have a motion to table by Mr. Sexton. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, motion carries. Article 2 is laid on the table. Business under Article 3. Mr. Arena.
Move that the town vote to amend the fiscal 2014-2023 capital improvements program as provided for in Section 7-7 of the Reading Home Rule Charter and as previously amended by adding General Fund Fiscal 14, the sum of $485,000 for school schematic design, early childhood center project.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. LaLacheur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. For those of you that have been here before, this is old hat. This is an article that simply adds an item to the capital plan. Let me take a step back and explain why we're having a special town meeting, though, because this could have been done in the annual town meeting and was originally planned that way. A couple of members, school committee members and selectmen got a good idea that if we did this instead of using free cash for the $485,000 as was originally planned, if we use debt, we could use that debt and push it along into a future debt exclusion possibly. So if you think back to the high school project when it began, there was some upfront money needed to do some design work, and that money was used as debt and eventually rolled into a debt exclusion. So this is the same idea. We're having this special town meeting to authorize debt for this purpose, not free cash. So Article 3 here simply puts this $485,000 request for school schematic design into the capital plan.
FinCom report, Mr. Berman.
Finance Committee voted 6-0-0 in favor of the article.
Mr. Brown.
Eight. Okay, it's on. Thank you, Bob. I believe under on section 7.7 of the charter, one of the requirements when the town manager makes an amendment to the capital plan is to tell us the included cost of the operation plus the maintenance cost. It's one of those silly things that's in the charter, and I don't think since the charter's been around I've ever heard anybody use it, but it is a requirement of the charter. Thank you, Bob.
Mr. LaLacheur.
Move to strike that silly part of the charter. Are you listening? The strict answer for that is unknowable, but in very broad terms, a new building as a standalone has been discussed in public meetings as costing approximately $1 million. And that's not $1 million in addition, that's $1 million. Some of the staff already exists at other places.
Further discussion? None appearing. Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of the motion on Article 3, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion carries. Business under Article 4, Mr. Arena.
Move that the town raise by borrowing or transfer from the appropriate funds or otherwise appropriate the sum of $485,000 for the purpose of a school schematic design for an early education center building project, including the costs of consulting services, audits, plans,
Borrow this one.
services, audits, plans, documents, cost estimates, bidding, services, and all related expenses incidental thereto, and necessary in connection therewith, said sum to be expended by and under the direction of the school committee and the town manager, and to see if the town will authorize the school committee, board of selectmen, town manager, or any other agency of the town to apply for a grant or grants be used to defray the cost of all or any part of said improvements, and to authorize the school committee and/or the town manager to enter into any and all contracts and agreements as may be necessary to carry out the purposes of this article.
We're going to need that down there as well. Oh, I think he's getting them. Are you getting batteries first? Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Second, thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and town meeting members. As you're aware, this special town meeting has been called for all of you to consider the debt exclusion for the purpose of obtaining a design study for the Early Childhood Center for the town of Reading. Tonight, Dr. Doherty, the superintendent of schools, will be giving you a detailed presentation on the process that started in September 2012 when the Reading School Committee voted to support full-day kindergarten and to explore the possibilities for permanent space. Our decision was based on, one, the growing educational research or benefits of full-day kindergarten, wanting to make sure that all children in the Reading schools have the same educational opportunities, and wanting to be sure that the Reading schools are able to sustain their high level of achievement and remain competitive with other communities around the state, especially given the changes that have been occurring in Massachusetts in the area of childhood development. We are absolutely confident that in a few years the landscape is going to change for our students and that Reading citizens will not want to be left behind. Frankly put, it's the right time and the right thing to do for the children of Reading. And as we look ahead, full-day kindergarten will provide strong foundation necessary for the academic achievement throughout a student's entire educational experience in the school system. And it will provide education opportunities for Reading students which will be equal to that of students of other communities. This is a trend that's accelerating. Over 242 communities in Massachusetts, nearly 75% of all districts, including Melrose, Winchester, Wilmington, and Wakefield, and Middleton, have already taken advantage of this opportunity. If we do not move forward with examining a solution to increase early childhood education for all students in this district, our students will begin to fall behind, achievement can suffer, and students may not be able to compete with others in the area. And of course, this is an issue which impacts not just families with young children, but everyone in the community, as our success of our schools impacts our entire community as well as the property owners. Again, there is no question in our mind that this is a direction that Reading will want to go within the next couple of years. And by acting now, we are ensuring that we have the sound options available for the community's children. Tonight's presentation will include comments from the superintendent, also from members of the Early Childhood Working Group and AI3 architects who will present to you the educational, programmatic, and community reasons why we need to move forward with this project. As a member of the Reading School Committee and also a member of the Early Childhood Working Group, I'm committed to finding a feasible solution that will benefit all the students. In closing, the school committee and school department treasures and is thankful and proud for its historical support and collaboration it has received from town meeting, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the community as a whole. And it is our first priority to maintain this positive environment as we continue this discussion. To that end, we will welcome feedback, comments, and suggestions with the goal that we will satisfy the whole to the best of our ability in order to make this project a reality that benefits the town and the children of this community. Thank you, and I'm Dr. Doherty.
Going to request about an hour and 15 minutes.
It's an hour and 15 minutes, obviously beyond the 10 minutes. Is there objection to this? They have some objection? All right, we will take a vote on this. Is there any discussion before we do this? I don't want the discussion on this to be too long, though. All right, all those in favor of allowing, I'm sorry, did you say an hour and 15?
That'd be the total.
Okay.
The total.
All those in favor of the total being an hour and 15 minutes, please raise your hand. And those opposed? And the motion carries. Dr. Doherty?
Thank you. Good evening, town meeting, and I do apologize in advance for the length of this presentation, but we feel that given the complexity of the article that's in front of you this evening, that we do our diligence and go through the entire process of what we're proposing this evening. I also want to thank in advance all of the town meeting members and community members that have attended the community sessions. I'd like to thank the working group who has spent an enormous amount of time on this and has come up with what you're going to see this evening is what we feel is a viable option to provide the educational opportunity for all of our children. So really what it boils down to this evening is what we're looking at is providing an equal education opportunity for all students, and that is through full-day kindergarten, and providing the space necessary to make that happen and to continue to strengthen our preschool education program that we have in place. So our space needs are driven by the following factors, and we're going to talk a little bit in detail about all of these this evening. First of all is the growing need for full-day kindergarten in our school district. Second is also the growing need for Rise Preschool in the school district. I'm going to show you data that supports all of this. In addition to the demand for full-day kindergarten in the Rise Preschool, what is happening in our schools is that we are actually becoming in a space deficit in our elementary classrooms, which is also requiring a greater need for special education classrooms that we are out of compliance that we should be providing. And then also, we are also taking art and music classrooms away to provide the space necessary for the full-day kindergarten in the special education program classrooms. So first, I want to provide some research about full-day kindergarten because I know that this is a question that has been asked many times. And we want to start first with the research about full-day kindergarten. And as you can see here, an enormous amount of research is becoming available on the benefits of full-day kindergarten for all students, not just students in urban settings or rural settings, but also in suburban communities as well. And what the research is showing is that children in full-day kindergarten are showing higher academic achievement across the board, particularly in literacy and mathematics proficiency. You see also a greater enhancement of social, emotional, and behavioral development, which down the road leads to fewer discipline issues, fewer bullying issues, that students are more socially able to get along with each other because of more time that they are together during the school day in those growing early years. As students also have the more time during the kindergarten year, what you see also through students that have full-day kindergarten is fewer special education referrals. They do better with the transition to a full-day first grade program, and you also see lower retention and remediation rates. There is several research studies out there on the benefits of full-day kindergarten, but this one here is one of many that really took a look at what is called a meta-analysis of several different studies nationally. And they looked at over 8,000 kindergarten students in 500 public schools, and this was published in 2006 in the American Journal of Education, which is a peer-reviewed research journal. And a couple of things that I think stand out here. One is that children who attend full-day kindergarten programs learn more in literacy and math over those in half-day programs. And also, though, is that children who attend full-day kindergarten spend 30% more time in reading and literacy instruction, as well as 40% 5% more time on mathematics than children in half-day programs. But the last bullet, I think, is the most telling, and that full-day kindergarten is equally effective for children of different social backgrounds. And I think sometimes in Reading, we feel that we don't have students that are struggling academically, but we do. And what I want to show you is two slides of data that speaks to this. These are the grade 3 MCAS scores for the last 4 years in our school district. So these are students that would have had kindergarten, either half day or full day, between 2006 and 2010. During that time in Reading, about 35% of our students were in full-day kindergarten programs in our school district. So what the DESE does when they give us the data on MCAS is they also report it out by subgroup. And so there is one subgroup that is called the high-need subgroup. And the high-need subgroup is actually 3 smaller subgroups, which are students that are on IEPs, so it would be special education students, it would be students that are English language learners, and students that are on free and reduced lunch, so high poverty level. And so that makes up the high-need subgroup. And so what we're seeing here in the MCAS scores between the high-need subgroup, which you see in the red, and the non-high-need subgroup, which you see in the blue, is that there is a greater percentage of students in the high-need subgroup that are receiving the lowest 2 scores on the MCAS, which is needs improvement or warning, compared to students that are in the non-high-need subgroup. Most of the students, the vast majority of the students that are in the high-need subgroup were not in full-day kindergarten during these 4 years. You also see the same data, comparable data for mathematics. And again, you see that there is clearly a larger percentage of students in the high needs subgroup that are receiving warning or needs improvement than in the non-high needs group. So again, the research clearly shows that full-day kindergarten is one of the tools that is promising to reduce the achievement gap between students in order to improve student achievement, reduce remedial education costs, strengthen schools, and increase district performance. So I think that's a very important point, that the reason why we are supporting full-day kindergarten, and the school committee actually took a vote in September of 2012 to support the implementation of full-day kindergarten, is because it is in the best interest of all the students and providing them those educational opportunities. So where does Reading stand in relation to full-day kindergarten? So right now there are 10 states that require districts to provide publicly funded full-day kindergarten. Massachusetts is one of 14 states that allows districts to charge a tuition for kindergarten. And Reading is a community that we charge $4,200 right now for tuition for students to participate in full-day kindergarten. 242 of the 351 Massachusetts communities offer publicly funded full-day kindergarten. And only 73 do not, and they charge tuition, and Reading is one of them. And so what has happened in Massachusetts since 2000, and Massachusetts has chosen to incentivize districts to go the full-day kindergarten route instead of mandate it, is that number has increased. The percentage of students in full-day kindergarten has increased from 29% to 87%. So here's a map that shows how the breakdown is. The tuition-free full-day kindergarten communities are in the lightest color, and then the 3 various shades of orange and red are tuition-based communities. Reading would be the darkest orange, between 3,700 and 4,900. There's 21 communities in that group. So basically, to summarize, full-day kindergarten provides that bridge between a pre-kindergarten program and the first grade program, and provides that structured learning environment. Teachers have more time in a full-day kindergarten setting to get to know kids, to identify them, so that if there are challenges, that they can be addressed during the kindergarten year, so that those students have a more solid foundation as they go into first grade. And we are also finding in Reading, but across the country, that full-day kindergarten is preferred more by teachers and parents instead of the half-day program. So again, why now? as I said earlier, the state has chosen to go through incentivizing it through the Chapter 70 funding formula. And if we went to a publicly funded full-day kindergarten system, there would be an increase in Chapter 70 funding. So we would see that bump up in the Chapter 70. And so for an average, we average approximately around 320 students in any given year for kindergarten. The additional Chapter 70 funding would be approximately $1.1 million. And the $1.1 million would help offset any increase that would be needed for the operational cost for running the full-day kindergarten program. What I want to show you now is a few slides that talk about how the enrollment of full-day kindergarten has increased in our school district that is driving the need for additional space. So what you see here in 2005-06, when the 5th elementary school came online, and originally the full-day kindergarten at that time was not something that was widespread. It was not something that was looked upon as something that was going to be driven in the future as something that would be embraced by a lot of school communities. 92 students were in the full-day kindergarten program, and this is a tuition-based program, remember. This was equals one classroom per each of the 5 elementary schools at the time. As you can see, what has happened consistently over the last several years is that we have gone from 92, which is 32% of the students attending full-day kindergarten, to next year we will be at 72%. So these 221 families have signed up their child next year for full-day kindergarten in our school district. This graph shows you how that increase has continued over the last several years. We also have seen an increase in RISE. And so RISE, I want to spend a couple of minutes to talk about the RISE preschool. And I think for several years, there was a perception that RISE only serviced special education students, and that certainly is not the case. RISE is an integrated preschool program of both general education students and special education students. We are actually required by law to begin to provide special education services to students at age 3. And most students, when they start requiring services at age 3, require what is called an inclusive setting type of education program, not specialized services. We do have a handful of students that just require more of a sub-separate classroom experience, but most of the students that are on IEPs at age 3 and 4 require more of an inclusive setting, which means that you need a population of general education students to provide that inclusive setting. If we did not have the RISE preschool program in our school district, those students that we were not able to provide that inclusive setting for, we would have to send out to out-of-district placements at a very high cost to our operating budget. So it's very important that the RISE preschool program contains a strong percentage of general education students, as well as certainly the special education students that need the services. So the other state requirement when it comes to any special education, any setting, is that we must maintain at least a 51% to 49% ratio of general education to special education students in a classroom. Ideally, you would want a much higher percentage of general education students in a classroom than special education students, so that there's a lot of sharing through that inclusive model of peers, sharing with peers, and being in the same classroom setting. You could see one year we were actually out of compliance. 2011-12, we actually had more special education students than general education students. But as you can see, what has again happened over time is that we have seen an increase of students in the RISE preschool program, starting with 82 in 2005-06 when we had 4 classrooms in the RISE preschool program, to next year, right now we're at 96. And so I should explain why is that number so low right now. Because again, we have to start providing services for students once they turn 3. So they could be turning 3 at any time during the school year. That is different with kindergarten, which you have to be 5 years old by August 31st. So what happens is we have to save some slots for special education students because during the school year they will, when they turn 3, we have to start providing those services. The other thing that's worthy to note is that this is as of March 31st, but this also does not include a waiting list of 25 more general education students that, if we had the space, we could include in the RISE preschool program. All of these students in the general education program, they pay a tuition. So not only are we not able to service them from an educational standpoint, provide a preschool education program for them, but it also has an effect on revenue, and that if we were able to provide the education for these 25 students, it would be an additional $144,000 that we could put back into the RISE preschool program. And again, this graph shows you how that population has gone up. And the reason why now it's flattening out is we no longer have any space. We started with 4 classrooms. Once the RISE preschool moved back over to the high school, we started with 4 classrooms. In 2011-12, we took a therapy room in the RISE preschool and made it a 5th classroom. And now, over the last couple of years, we've added 2 more classrooms at Wood End for RISE preschool. So we have 7 classrooms right now for RISE. And why do we need this? Why the current space needs at RISE? So one of the things is we've also seen an increase in special education referrals. As I mentioned, that we are obligated by statute to provide those services beginning at age 3. We want to make sure that we have that student ratio in an integrated program, as we talked about earlier. And what is also happening, and I encourage you at any time to come down and visit the RISE preschool, but what you see is we have inadequate space for music education, student services and therapies, the private meeting space for teachers and parents and students and therapists when they have the IEP meetings, and storage. And so those are some of the things that we've had to pull back on in order to provide the classroom space that's needed. The RISE preschool is also increased in parent demand. I think one of it is because of the strength of the program. All of the teachers there are dual certified in both special education and in preschool education. They all have master's degrees. We now, the curriculum frameworks now goes down as low as preschool. So to provide that curriculum experience, parents want that access to the public education in the curriculum. And then certainly, as I mentioned earlier, the revenue to support the RISE preschool is also something that would help. So now what I want to do is we've talked about the 2 major drivers. What I want to now do is I want to show you how has this affected our elementary schools with all of these programmatic changes since 2005-06. So since 2005, when the 5th elementary school came online, as you can see, what has happened is that we started with 1 full-day kindergarten classroom in each of the 5 schools, and now we are up to 12 for next year. And 2 of those are what are called an integrated kindergarten school. And those are, currently, those are Birch Meadow and Wood End. And what an integrated kindergarten program is that the half-day students and the full-day students are in the same classroom. So the half-day students and the full-day students are all there in the morning. At 11:30, the half-day students go home, the full-day students go to lunch, and then they go back to the classroom in the afternoon, the full-day students. The reason why we've had to go to an integrated model in some schools is because we don't have the space to be able to separate the half-day and the full-day programs. You can also see that what has happened is that we have had an increase in special education programs over the last several years. So we have gone from 1 special education program in 2005-06, which was the DLC program at Barrows Elementary School, to now 6 special education programs in the district. Each special education program requires space, but the benefit of having these programs in the school district is twofold. One is that these students are now able to stay in district with their peers in an inclusive setting, sometimes for pull-out, which is why the space is required. But 2, certainly is less of a cost to educate those students in district than it is to send them in out-of-district placement. So it is a reduction to the operating budget. And that is something that we have tried over the last several years to do, is to keep our students in district for those reasons. As I mentioned earlier, we've also seen an increase in the number of classrooms in the RISE going from 4 to 7. But where is this space coming from? Well, it's coming from a few places. One, and I'm going to show you on the next slide, we're actually in a classroom deficit in our 5 elementary schools. So classrooms that we should have available for special education were not. But also art and music classrooms have taken a hit. And we've gone from 2 in each school, which in 2005-06 was the norm, to now we're down to 1 in most buildings, in a couple in 2 of the schools. So this slide shows you currently how the classrooms are being used to give you a snapshot of what's going on right now in our 5 elementary schools. And as I mentioned, we are in a classroom deficit. So you could see that when the buildings were designed, these are what they were designed for. These are the number of general classrooms that the buildings were originally designed for, ranging from 17 at Barrows to the highest ones at Eaton and Killam being at 20. You can also see, though, that this is how many classrooms are being used right now. And you notice in some cases, we are using more classrooms than were designed as general classrooms. So where those classrooms are coming from, as I mentioned earlier, they're coming from art, they're coming from special education, and so that they're being taken from other programmatic program areas so that we can use them for the full-day kindergarten need. So in a perfect world, if we were to be able to add space, how many classrooms would we need to make sure that full-day kindergarten and RISE preschool needs were met? And then in addition, how many classrooms would we need to fully space the program needs for special education in art and music? And that's what this slide shows. So these would be the total number of full-day kindergarten. If we were going to go full-day kindergarten next year in the Reading Public Schools, these would be the total classrooms that we would need at each of the schools. And that's based on historic. There are some years where Eaton and Killam, we've needed 4 classrooms for kindergarten. In Barrows, Birch Meadow, and Wood End, the average is usually 3 classrooms for kindergarten. This is what exists right now for full-day kindergarten classrooms in RISE. These would be the additional classrooms that we would need. When you add up these classrooms here, it equals 17, and that's a number to remember for later for the early childhood center piece. As I mentioned earlier, these are the classrooms that we currently don't have for special education. Ideally, what we should have, and we just finished our coordinated program review in special education, civil rights, ELL, and Title I. And one of the citations that we received was that we did not have adequate space for our special education programs throughout the entire district. Ideally, we should be having a K-2 learning center, a 3-5 learning center, a K-2 program space, and a 3-5 program space for each of the programs that we have in the district. We have, I mentioned earlier, the DLC program, which are for students that are in the autism spectrum, but we also have the LLD program, which is at Joshua Eaton, and that's for students that are language learning disabled. We have the SSP program at Killam for students with social emotional behavior disabilities. And we have the ILP program at Wood End, which is for students that are low cognitive. And those programs require additional space. We are not allowed to have students in a 48-month time span in the same classroom, which is why we have to sometimes have 2 separate classrooms for those programs. So what have we tried to do to solve this problem internally? We've tried to do a few things. As I mentioned, we added 2 satellite classrooms at Wood End for RISE. We've reduced the art and music classrooms throughout the district. We've done something over the last couple of years. The school committee gave us authority that we could redistrict students outside of their home district. And so how that works is when a family moves into Reading, one of the things we tell realtors is that we cannot tell them at the time what elementary school their child is going to be attending. That they need to call the central office, and once they show that they are residents of Reading, we can tell them based on class size and space availability what school they will be attending. If a student from their home is within 2 miles of another school, and the class sizes in their home district are too high, and we don't have the space, then we would move them to another school. And that has happened about 25 to 30% of the time over the last few years. We also have done the same with incoming kindergarten cohorts. For families that don't have siblings at a school, we've had to move cohorts based on geography to other schools to balance the class sizes and to maximize the use of the space throughout the community. We've also created some ad hoc solutions, inconsistent solutions that do create some inequities, but again, it's because of the space needs. I already talked about the integrated program piece, but one of the things we had to do this year, which actually resulted in an increase to our operating budget, is we have 2 larger classrooms at Barrows, and the 3rd classroom we're using for kindergarten at Barrows is the music room, which is much smaller. It's about 700 square feet compared to about 1,000 square feet for a typical size classroom. So this year, the class sizes for that half-day program, we have a morning session of 13 and an afternoon session of 13. Next year, we have 18 students that want half-day kindergarten at Barrows. 18 students is too many for that 700 square feet. So we actually next year have to split that class into 2 9s, a morning session of 9 and an afternoon session of 9. We had to add a half a kindergarten teacher to the budget to make that happen. So there's an example again of how not having enough space has resulted in us having to do other things, which is resulting in a increase to the budget, or in the case of the RISE revenue earlier, a decrease to the revenue coming into the budget. So in the conceptual drawing and understanding of what an early childhood center would look like, we came up with the following numbers based on all of the historical needs that I've just shown you. And first is to provide full-day kindergarten for all students in the district would require 17 classrooms. That's based on 323 students, a class size of approximately 19. For preschool, given the fact that we had a waiting list this year, that would be 10 classrooms with a class size of 15. 15 is the normal size for a preschool classroom program. And then you would have your other core facilities, such as art, music, library, gym, and special education space. So that's where we came up with the conceptual idea of the number of classrooms that would be needed for the early childhood center piece. So before we go into what that looks like, what I want to do is I want to walk through with town meeting, how did we get here? How did we get to the point that we're at now, and how have we been having the discussions and vetting out all the different options? So first, I want to start as far back as January of 2011, and you heard Mr. Robinson talk about that. These discussions began as early as that point when we realized that we were beginning to have a space problem. And full-day kindergarten was the percentages, as you saw by the chart, the percentages were growing more and more. So in November of 2011, town meeting funded $40,000 for us to do an elementary space study. And we hired Frank Locker Associates to do that elementary space study. And then in June of 2012, a meeting of the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the School Committee was held where that report was presented. And at that point, we started looking at what types of other options were out there. So from July 2012 to November 2012, we started looking at different options. In October of 2012, based again on the growing research, as Mr. Robinson said earlier, school committee voted to support the implementation of full-day kindergarten. Now, certainly we realized at the time that we didn't have space, but it was the vision of the school committee to say, this is the direction we need to go. We realize the importance of full-day kindergarten, and that we need to go into this direction to give that same educational opportunity for all students. In the meantime, the town, the school department was working with the Archdiocese of Boston to reach a letter of intent with St. Agnes for the Woburn Street School. We felt at the time that the Woburn Street project was in the best interest, both from an educational standpoint and a financial standpoint, for the town of Reading. We felt that it was a solution that would work for the community. But as we delved deeper into it, we had AI3 on board to do a feasibility study of Woburn Street. And as we were digging deeper into that project and had meetings with the community, the abutters, town officials about Woburn Street, and also was meeting with AI3, we realized that that option was off the table because of the cost of the project, because of the some of the obstacles involving with traffic and parking, and that it only really would serve 2 of the 5 elementary schools and the Rise preschool. So in August of 2013 at the Financial Forum, what was announced is that Woburn Street would no longer be an option. So at that point, we decided that we were going to take a step back and we were going to hit the reset button and we were going to start all over again. And so what we did is we solicited the input of the community. We asked community members to be part of a working group. So we had over 30 people volunteer to offer their services to be part of a working group. We ended up with a very large group of 19. Several of the working group members are here this evening. But that working group of 19 did an amazing job. They came from all parts of the community. Some were preschool parents. Some were people that no longer had children in the school but had a vested interest in the community. We had members of the finance committee, school committee, past board of selectmen, future board of selectmen on the committee. We had architects and engineers. And that group started looking at option after option, brainstorming different ideas on what we could do to address the space issue for an early childhood center. And so from October to March, that was their charge. And they looked at a variety of options. You're going to see several of them in a few minutes. Here's the composition of the working group. And actually here are the members of the working group who participated. And so through that process, since 2011, I think what's important to note is that we have been discussing early childhood education since January of 2011 in this community. Look back over the last couple of days, we've had on the agenda 24 times on school committee agendas to talk about early childhood education since 2011. We had, at the time on Town Day last year, we were talking about the Woburn Street project, showing schematic drawings and having discussions with the community at Town Day. We've talked twice, actually this will be the 3rd time about at town meeting and reporting out on the space needs for early childhood. We've had 3 discussions at financial forums. The working group met 10 times, and we had 8 community informational sessions, 5 this month, the month of April, and 3 when we were going through the Woburn Street project. So the community has been heavily participating in this conversation now since January of 2011. So when the working group started vetting out the options, they used a matrix, which was provided by AI3, a matrix that they've used in other settings. And they took a look at several different indicators in 5 major categories. One category was certainly education, in terms of the program space needed and the educational value. Another one is for a category for parents. Another one was for the community. Is this going to add value to the community and provide space outside of the school day for the community to use? The site itself. And so through that, they reduced the over 30 options to a few. And here are some of the options that the working group looked at. Renting space, purchasing or renovating existing space, which Woburn Street was a prime example of that, adding on to each elementary school, moving grade 5 to the middle schools, and then having K-4 schools, building 2 smaller early childhood centers, having a north and south, building a new full-size early childhood center with just kindergarten, with pre-K and kindergarten, with pre-K and kindergarten, and moving central office to the facility as well, which would free up more space for the high school. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Dunlap from AI3. He's going to talk a little bit about, in more detail, some of the final options that were analyzed by the working group.
Mr. Dunlap.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of the town meeting members for giving us the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Our firm, AI3 Architects, and my name is Scott Dunlap, as Superintendent Doherty mentioned. Our firm, AI3 Architects, has been working with the town of Reading for over 10 years now on a variety of different projects, and we were given the opportunity to work collaboratively with the working group to review some of the feasibility study analysis that they wanted to complete. So I'm going to show a few slides tonight, very few. I don't want to give anybody the impression that this represents the entirety of what the working group did. As has been mentioned previously, enormous amount of time and energy went into the feasibility study, and we're just going to summarize it with a handful of slides we pulled out of their work. This is a map of the town of Reading showing some of the sites that were looked at very specifically. The working group brainstormed a lot of different properties and analyzed a lot of possibilities. The ones that you see here were determined to at least have some merit, so they asked that we bring our design and engineering team on board to take a look at any kind of environmental constraints, any use or deed restrictions, the overall size of the property, and determine if in fact a solution could be developed on those properties. As a result of that analysis of these 12 parcels, several of them were eliminated for some of those reasons. Either they had environmental restrictions, the parcel was not large enough, they had use or deed restrictions, and ultimately we moved along to a smaller list of properties, which shows on the next slide. And we took a look at a variety of different scenarios that could exist on those viable properties. For example, in options 1, 2, 3, and 7, we were looking at developing an entire early childhood learning center with the entire program, meaning all 17 classrooms for kindergarten and the 10 pre-kindergarten classrooms that Superintendent Doherty described in a single building that totaled 67,802 square feet. So as you can see, on the Coolidge Middle School site, on the Killam site, on all of the sites that are labeled either 1, 2, 3, or 7, we took a look at developing the entire early childhood learning center building as a single building space. On the option 4, where you see the parcels that have a number 4 on them, we took a look at breaking the early childhood learning center down to 2 separate buildings and looked at whether they would fit on those particular sites. We also looked at option 5, which was adding only the capacity for a 5th grade to be consumed or taken in at the Coolidge and the Parker sites, because we felt like if you could pull the elementary students up to those middle school sites, then you would free up the available space in the elementary schools to do the early childhood learning center expansion. There's some negatives to that, certainly that the working group eventually vetted out. But that was part of the option 5 analysis. Option 10 is developing an early childhood learning center, but it expanded the scope of that to provide an additional 10,000 square feet of space to include some future planning for resolving some central office needs and some high school needs. And then option 12 was taking a look at whether the existing Reading Public Library could in fact support and contain enough space to develop an early childhood learning center. From there, We went on to the matrix process that Superintendent Daugherty mentioned that was developed by the working group that included educational analysis, financial analysis, resource analysis on all the various options. And the working group ultimately wanted to identify their preferences, at least financially and educationally, with regard to all the options that were studied. So ultimately, option 2 and option 10 were highlighted by them. Again, I would point out that option 2 is developing a single building that would satisfy all the early childhood learning center needs in a single location. Option 2 happens to be at the high school site near the existing high school. Option 10, very similar option, but again, it expanded the program to include resolving some future high school needs and also resolving some future central office needs. The price tags associated with those, in the case of option 2, $26.2 million. In the case of option 10, almost $30.3 million. Yep.
So during several of the community sessions, there were a lot of questions that came up, which we're going to try to capture in the next few slides to hopefully answer the questions on why the working group didn't go in a certain direction. So one of the ones that certainly came up a lot was why not just add to the elementary schools? And actually, I think I'm gonna have KBA talk about this. Because this is a report that was done by KBA to analyze our 5 elementary sites. Took a look at this one.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Buckley from KBA. We looked at the 5 elementary school sites in terms of the possibility of adding modular classrooms onto each of these locations. And we rated those sites. First bullet indicates that only 2 of the 5 elementary schools were rated as a good possibility. Of the 5, we had 2 rated as good possibility, 1 rated as fair, and 2 rated as poor. I should note that when we say a good possibility, that meant that logistically you could get modular classrooms onto the site, because anytime you're talking about modular classrooms, these come in a trailer configuration. You have to have proper site movement to bring them onto the site, and a space for a crane to place these on the site. You still have to create a foundation for these units. So although they're considered a good possibility, that good possibility meant that you could physically get them there. What it didn't indicate is the fact that even though it's good for the site, say for example across the street at the Birch Meadow, it would, once in place, severely limit the outdoor play space, the paved area that pre-existed. It would limit the fire department access around the building, although you would be able to still circumvent around the building. It's narrow to begin with, so therefore it would become even more narrow once the units were in place. So even though they're considered good possibilities, that still had detrimental aspects related to them as well. One of the ones that was considered poor was the Killam School. The Killam School had more space than, for example, the Birch Meadow. However, it would severely impact access to the boiler room. And where you have an older building and an older boiler room setup, if you were to put modular classrooms in that one location, then you would severely limit access in the future for replacement of the boiler rooms themselves. So the cost of these modular classrooms placed on the building was somewhere over $12 million for the 5 elementary schools. We were asked to perform this study because we have put a number of modular classrooms on buildings in the past, but typically those are only installed onto buildings for a very short window, a 3 to 5 year window for temporary swing space to get past a crunch of student population. Never is it expected to last long term because there's still factory built units that tend to deteriorate rapidly. So in a 5 to 10 year period, that expenditure of dollars would be wasted in the fact that those units would deteriorate to a point where you'd have to be replacing them or significantly renovating those as well. And some of the last couple of spaces were, in order to place these units there, you would need to find temporary relocation space for the students in those schools just to place the buildings at those locations. And it does not address any of the preschool aspects. This was simply to add 2 classrooms that in effect would cover your preschool space.
So another option that came up was the grade 5 option. And certainly the working group had a lot of discussions about this as well. And so there was a couple of logistical issues. First of all, when the current model of 6, 7, and 8, the middle school model, is something that we've had in existence now for over 25 years and actually has worked quite well for that group of students who are going through their adolescent years. When you add a 4th group of students to those 2 sites, you disrupt the current model and structure, which will affect the educational delivery of services for those kids. But more importantly, there's a couple of other pieces with moving the grade 5 that would create an issue. One is that moving grade 5 up does not address, again, the preschool issue that we've mentioned earlier, but the current core spaces at the 2 middle schools would not be able to support a 4th grade coming in of 150 to 200 students, depending on the school. So your cafeteria, your gymnasium, your library, your art, music, and other core spaces that are absolutely needed for both 5th grade program and middle school program would have to be expanded, or you would have to come up with some sort of creative scheduling depending on the space. So for example, with the cafeteria, you would be having lunches as early as 10 o'clock in the morning because you would need to put in a fourth lunch because each of the schools already have 3 lunches and their core space could not hold a mix of additional students in them. Also in this option, parking and traffic at Parker would be an issue. As if you're in a butter to the Parker area now, you know that the parking and traffic flow in the morning and in the afternoon is a little bit problematic, and by adding another 150 to 200 students to families to that would increase the flow. And by adding on to the Parker site, you decrease the amount of parking available that you're going to need for staffing and for parent drop-off and pickup. Another option that came up was, why not build a 6th elementary school? So again, building a 6th elementary school, it would be approximately in the same location that we're discussing now, which would be at the high school site here. So you're going to run into a few issues. One is that the proximity of that 6th elementary school to Birch Meadow, which then creates a whole set of redistricting issues. And if you were part of the redistricting discussions in 2005, 2004, you know that was a very contentious topic in this community for a couple of years. And so adding a 6th elementary school, you'd be basically redividing the community into 6 school districts instead of the current 5. Your operating costs are actually higher with a 6th elementary school than they would be an early childhood center because the program that you need for an elementary school would be different and a little bit more expensive than you would need for a preschool. So some of your specialists you would not need in a preschool setting, you would need in an elementary school. The other thing that would happen is that you would only have 2 teachers per grade, and that creates a couple of problems. One is you have less collaboration between teachers, which is absolutely critical in this day and age. But the second is that you're going to see wide fluctuations of class size with only 2. With 3, you're able to balance them a little bit more. With 4, that's even more ideal. It's more the economy of scale. But with 2, it's extremely difficult to keep class sizes balanced. So you're going to see a wide fluctuation of class sizes above that 18 to 22 range that we have as guidelines right now at the K to 2 and mid-20s at the 3 to 5 level. And then the whole question about preschool and how that would be distributed. Would we have enough space to be able to distribute the preschool throughout all 6 schools at that point? Woburn Street, we've talked about a little bit in detail, but that is something the working group actually went back and looked at again, potentially trying to figure out a way to maybe purchase some, propose to purchase some property on Prescott so that you'd have 2 entrances to the site. It is a very closed site, which made it more difficult. But the cost itself, when AI3 was doing the estimates, the cost itself was $15.1 million, and it was only serving 2 of the school districts in Rise. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Scott, and Scott's going to talk about the conceptual drawing of what the Early Childhood Center could look like. And again, and I'm sure Scott will say this as well, everything that we're talking about right now is conceptual. The next phase of this would be the design, where we would get into much more detail.
Mr. Dunlap.
Thank you. This happens to be the first and second floor conceptual plans for an early childhood learning center that would satisfy the program I described earlier and that you saw earlier, which is the 10 pre-K classrooms on a first floor level and then the 17 kindergarten classrooms on a second floor level. Now, does that mean the building's definitely going to be 2 stories? No, because this is conceptual, but we wanted to be able to demonstrate, and the working group asked us to demonstrate how a building might be configured for that arrangement. So on the next slide, actually, if I could go back to that one for just a second. One other key component to this is that there is a full-size gymnasium associated with this program, and it's one of the reasons it was very attractive to the working group to have this facility located in close proximity to the high school, is because it provides another community space for the use of the gymnasium. It also includes all the associated components that Superintendent Doherty mentioned as being critical in terms of art room, a library, a music room, all specific to the Early Childhood Learning Center. Okay, now on the next slide. This is an aerial photograph of the entire high school campus. It's demonstrating that that 2-story Early Childhood Learning Center could in fact be placed in the area of the existing parking lot for the Fine Arts Center on this side of the campus. And it's also showing that existing parking areas around the campus could be expanded to not only provide additional parking for the new Early Childhood Learning Center, but to also provide additional after-hours parking for community use. It identifies the parcel across the street from the high school, but also along Oakland Road in this area, which is a town-owned parcel, as being capable of developing additional parking for the site and for use by the entire campus. I should point out that this parcel was also identified as potentially providing space for the building itself. This is only a feasibility analysis, so as part of this feasibility analysis, we looked at placing the building on this parcel, also on this parcel, and then all of the other parcels that were identified in the prior options that we discussed. You can see that we're projecting areas of new parking here with very specific numbers, but these are not intended to be the final design or the final solution. The whole purpose of coming to town meeting tonight is asking for the support in terms of moving forward with actually designing a building and starting to do a design, doing more analysis on the site and the subsurface conditions, doing a complete traffic analysis and impact study of this entire area, and taking a number of design steps and moving forward with developing a solution for the Early Childhood Learning Center.
Thank you for your continued patience. We're getting towards the end of the presentation, but there's a few other things, and hopefully these will answer a lot of the questions that may come up, which is why we're spending a little bit more time on this. And these are the types of questions that we heard during the community sessions. So how will the additional classroom space be used? So one of the things that I showed you earlier on a slide is that we are actually in a classroom deficit in our elementary schools. So when you move the full-day kindergarten classrooms out, it will leave 2 to 3 classrooms available, sometimes 4, depending on the school, for other use. And so restoring the art and music classrooms, again, so we have separate art and music classrooms that like we used to have before. The additional special education program space that I mentioned earlier, that right now we are out of compliance in some of our buildings, but also to address unanticipated class size bubbles that come through. There are times when you have a population of a larger class come through the elementary schools, and we don't have the space to address that. So this additional space would allow us to do that. Ideally, you should have an additional classroom available in your building for these population changes. So that's how the additional classroom space would be used. Another question that's come up, and I want to make sure we address, is the operational costs of a new early childhood center. And although I cannot give you an exact amount, because one of the things we have to realize is that we're talking about something that would not come online for another 3.5 years if we were to start moving forward with the design tonight and then subsequently to town meeting in November. But most of the staffing for the Early Childhood Center already exists. Your RISE preschool staff would come over from the RISE preschool. The RISE director and principal would become, that position would become the principal of the Early Childhood Center, so you would not need an additional administrator. The RISE secretary already is a position that exists, so that would become the secretary for the new building. You also have full-day kindergarten staff that already exist. So the amount of full-day kindergarten staff that you would need is to make the half-day programs to full-day level. So you would need some additional teaching staff and some additional para-educator staff for that. Some additional costs of staffing that currently do not exist. So you would certainly need custodial support, you would need a school nurse, you would need, there's an additional office paraeducator that's in the office of each of the schools. And you would need some incremental increases to your art, music, PE. That already exists in the 5 elementary schools, so you would have to increase that incrementally to make up the difference. And certainly some of your special education services, OT, PT, speech, again, that's an incremental increase. We certainly would, utility costs, repair costs, maintenance costs, which would be the running of the building, and the additional transportation costs. One of the things that is attractive with the high school site is that it is very close to the true center of Reading. And so what that means is that your busing costs will be minimalized because we don't need to bus preschool students unless they have it on their individualized education plan, which would be part of the special education services, which we already currently provide those students. And for kindergarten, we do not have to bus anyone under 2 miles. And so there would be, at the extremes of the community, we would have to bus, but not under the 2 miles. So the busing costs would be minimized because it is more centrally located in town. As I mentioned earlier, most would be offset by the Chapter 70 funding increase. Currently, the offset to the budget, and this is from the full-day kindergarten tuition, is $820,000. Another question that's come up is the MSBA funding, and a couple of things about this. Unfortunately, at this point, the state is yet to fund an early childhood center. And the MSBA program, and it's a little bit different from when the high school and the 2 elementary schools were going through this in the 2003 time frame. But it's now shifted over to a different department. But the grants are based on need and urgency. So the ones that have the highest need and the highest funding priority go to the top of the list. And those are the ones that certainly would get funded first. And so the priorities for funding include things such as replacement or renovation of a building which is structurally unsound, or the health and safety of school children where there's no alternative that exists, or elimination of severe overcrowding, or the potential loss of accreditation, or a court-ordered or approved racial balanced school district. So none of those, unfortunately, we do not qualify for. We would also have to attach it to a specific building, and we would have to identify the need for that building. We can't just say we want to build a new building. We have to attach it to a specific building, and that building has to be in poor condition. And fortunately or unfortunately, we have done a very good job maintaining our buildings, and they're all rated as either a 1 or a 2, which is towards the higher end, excellent or good in the MSBA scale. And none of our buildings are 3, 4, and 5. So we would be put down to the bottom of the priority list. The other piece that's important to note is that we have actually tried for the last 3 years to get MSBA funding for Killam, for handicap accessibility, and for some windows and other improvements, and we have been rejected all 3 years. And Killam is rated as a 2. So the MSBA funding is unfortunately unlikely at this point. That doesn't mean we would not certainly pursue it and take a look at options. But the conversations that we've had with MSBA, this does not look like a promising option. Some other topics that came up that I want to make sure that we address. One question that was asked is why not move the superintendent's office somewhere else and rent space like we used to many years ago when it was downtown. And certainly that would be to free up more space either for RISE or for the high school. And certainly that's something that we could always look at, but what you're talking about based on current rates, rental rates in Reading, we would be looking at $125,000 rent per year, which is in addition to the operating cost of the budget, so that we don't feel that would be a good direction to go. Another question that's come up is the current amount of money that we have spent looking at the early childhood project in full-day kindergarten. So if you remember, I told you about the $40,000 for the locker report. I believe it was 2013, town meeting approved funding so that we could look at the Woburn Street school, and then the working group with using AI3 was an additional $30,000. So that's the amount that has been spent pursuing possible options for this project. And then the other question that's come up a lot is how do you fund the bridge year? And so let me explain what that is. The Chapter 70 funding would not kick in until a year after you start providing the publicly funded full-day kindergarten, because it's based on October 1 enrollment. And the students we would not be able to have any students paying tuition of any sort during that year, so for them to count as full-day students. Right now, all of our students, with a small handful, because it's part of their individualized education plan, are counted as half-day students, even the tuition-paying students, because the state does not count tuition-paying students as full-day students. So we would have to fund the first year of the difference of the operating costs. So one of the things that I think the school committee and I are committed to is to minimize that gap as much as possible. And one of the things that we certainly can look at is using the remaining funds of the full-day kindergarten revolving account to offset as much as we can in that bridge year. We probably will still need some funding from the town for the bridge, but we will do everything we can to keep that number as low as possible. So certainly those are discussions we can have as we continue to move forward with that, but that's something that I know has come up. So the amount that is being proposed tonight is $485,000. This is how it breaks down, and Scott talked a little bit about this earlier. The majority of it is certainly for the design fee for the schematic design piece, but you also have the owner's project manager that is required, but you have the different surveys and investigations that need to be done. Scott mentioned the traffic study and the geotech piece, which will be critical for not only the high school site, but also the Oakland Road piece to see if, the composition of that site, to see if it is possible to look at that site as the possible location for the early childhood center, because I know that's something that has been discussed. So this is what the 485,000 breaks down to, and that's based on industry standard. So just some final thoughts. What if we do nothing? That's a question that's come up already. The achievement gap that I've been referring to for the students that we've been talking about, that will continue. And that comes, by the way, with an increase in operational costs, because in order to close that gap, you have to provide other services. Some of those services is special education services. Some of it is additional tutorial services, remedial services. So that does come with an operational cost, because we can't not try to do everything we can to close that gap. Full-day kindergarten will continue to be a tuition-based program, and some students may not have access to the tuition-based full-day kindergarten when we would have to run a lottery. As you can see, we've been increasing every single year in the number of students that, number of families that want the full-day kindergarten for their children. And that would mean also less revenue. We're going to see continuing programmatic demands and strains. Special education being one that is going to require more classroom space. We're going to have population bubbles that are going to come through that we are going to need to address. And if we don't address those, then it's going to result in higher class sizes for those levels. We also will have to continue to use the option of redistricting students outside of their district, maybe within the 2 miles, which is going to be an inconvenience for parents. And I've had many conversations with families that have moved to Reading that they can see the school from their home, but they're going to a different school that's 1.5 miles away because we just don't have the space in the school that they can see from their home. So those are the types of things that will continue to happen if we do nothing. I also don't want to minimize that at the informational sessions we had community members bring up some areas of concern. Traffic certainly being one. The traffic study that would be part of the design study would take a look at the entire traffic flow of this campus, both for the high school and Oakland Road area. We would be working very closely with town officials, police, fire, town planner to take a look and see to make sure that we are, and the community, to make sure that we are getting all the questions answered through that study. The cost in the MSBA funding certainly has come up. The additional operational cost has come up. The location. The working group vetted out over 30 options, and they can speak to this as well. This site that is being proposed right now, and certainly we'll analyze the Oakland Road piece as well, was the best site available for the different sites that we looked at. Some parents are concerned about centralized kindergarten in preschool and having all of the kindergarten in one building and not having kindergarten in their home schools. And certainly if we could add on to the 5 elementary schools, that would have been a preference. But unfortunately, because of cost, because of the lack of space to relocate students during it, running 5 construction projects in spans over a few years, we were not able to pursue that option. And the timeline, some parents who have children that would be part of this were concerned about the timeline that we're talking 3.5 years from now, when this building would be operational, so September of 2017. But certainly there are a lot of advantages of an early childhood center. You have greater collaboration with pre-K and kindergarten teachers that we don't have as well now. You have increased opportunities for high school students. We have a lot of high school students right now that participate at our elementary level in field study classes at our elementary schools and on our RISE preschool program. And that would increase even more when you have the early childhood center right in or near the high school. Having all of your teachers for 1 grade or 2 grades in one building is a very effective use of resources, and it's an economy of scale. So materials can be used more effectively, collaboration is going to occur at a greater rate, There'll be increased sharing because physically people are right near each other, and there'll be much more talking and collaborating all the time. And you will certainly see at your 5 elementary schools a reduced traffic and parking situation than what we have now. So moving forward tonight will allow our community to equalize the educational opportunities for all of our students, and certainly providing a full-day kindergarten experience for every student, providing the space necessary for our growing preschool program, creating the space that we need back into our elementary schools, and remaining competitive district in Massachusetts with strong property values. And we know, and we've had these conversations before, that when you have strong schools and you have strong community, you have strong property values. And this certainly will continue to strengthen the community and our community and our property values. So the next steps in this process, if the article is approved by town meeting, a school building committee will be formed. The school committee has already approved the makeup of that committee at a meeting in March. It will be a cross-section of the town. An owner's project manager and an architect would be hired. They would then do the work from June until through the fall. And then at November town meeting, there would be a presentation for the next steps. Right now, the timeline is if this continues moving in this direction, it would be a September 2017 opening. So I appreciate, again, you giving us the time to present these to you this evening, and thank you very much.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? This is non-debatable. All those in favor of, let me make sure I got my glasses on here. All those in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion does not carry. FinCom report, Mr. Berman.
Finance Committee voted 6-0-0 in favor of the article.
Further discussion? Mr. Downing. It's not working. Make sure it's turned on. Why don't you come down front?
Jack Downing from Precinct 7. This is all a self-created problem. It's all created by the school committee and the lust to try to push forward with all-day kindergarten. What we've done in creating all-day kindergarten is we've taken away 6 classrooms that were available to our current elementary schools. We've taken away classrooms that were available for special needs children. This has all been self-created by this. We don't have to provide kindergarten. Parents don't have to send their kids to kindergarten. Until the state mandates kindergarten, I think this is way too soon to go forward with this. It does not make any sense. This, I said, is a self-created problem, and I appreciate all the people that spent the time on the committees to look at these things, but frankly, I think there are other opportunities that were not thought about. And I want to give you just one opportunity. This project is going to cost, we've heard 2 alternatives, $26 to $30 million. We have a building in town. We have many buildings in town that are underutilized that would be capable of servicing as an early child center. And I just want to give you an example of one building that comes to mind to me from one of the first times I was a town meeting member, and that involves the task building. We were told at town meeting by a former a town moderator who was working on behalf of the developer that they were going to build 2 9-story buildings on that location where the task site is, which is now a Keurig building. And what wound up happening is they built 1 building, and they never fully utilized the 9 acres of land that we gave to them at a tremendous cost to the town. We spent $2 or $3 million remediating that site so we could hand it over to Task so they could bring all these jobs to town and fill up the building. Well, now we've got a bunch of coffee people who are going to move to Burlington over in that building. And I don't really see that as a big advantage. That building is assessed at $18.3 million. It's 2 to 3 times the size of this proposed project. It has a huge parking lot. It has a beautiful drop-off area in front of it. Why can't we offer them a little bit more money, take that building from them, spend a couple of $1 million, and be guaranteed of an existing building that's already in place in town, that the voters in town can look at and say, you know, that would be a good early childhood center. We could put the superintendent up on the top floor. He'd have a view of Lake Quannapowitt, make the town worth a whole lot more, right? And we would have swing space. We'd have, you know, at least 2 floors of swing space in there for other projects. We could probably put a library in there if we had to swing some space in there. And this building currently only generates $225,000 in taxes to the town. That's half the cost of what it would cost to rent space in town for the superintendent's office. So think about this. We gave that land to the developer for Task, who promised us these 2 great big buildings. We never got our full value from it. That was town-owned land. Let's either offer them some money and take it back, or, and this is something we've never done in town meeting that I've been here, take it by eminent domain and get back the value that we gave to that developer for something we didn't get that we were promised. Thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, right down here. Mr. Pacino, then we'll go to Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Phil Pacino, Precinct. Get that in place. Precinct 5. Kind of intimidating with a little girl kind of staring at you. I'm sure done intentionally. I have a problem here. My problem is we're on a road to a $26.2 million debt exclusion. We've already got 2 exclusive for the library. We heard tonight about an operating exclusion. I'm hearing from the vocal minority that they're paying enough in taxes already. The town should live within its budget. I'm going to vote against this only because I see this as the first step on the road to requiring a debt exclusion to do this. There's no other way this project is going to get funded without you and everybody in this room who are taxpayers coming up with more money to pay more money. You know, I'm a conservative. I live by the theory, no new taxes.
Mr. Barnes?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. And it's a good thing Phil spoke before me because he basically said mostly of what I wanted to say. I won't say it as eloquently or as ardently. This was, I think, an in-depth presentation, and I applaud the substance and the detail. I think it's a important discussion, and I understand the benefit. I understand the need for doing it, and I understand the detriment and the harm to the town in not doing it. And my inclination is initially to support it. My problem is, in essence, to echo what Mr. Pacino said. And I understand that in order to fund, I want to make sure I understand this because maybe I don't. In order to fund this exclusion, this debt, I'm assuming that it would, and Mr. Pacino alluded to this also, would have to be submitted to vote by the town. Is that correct? At the full building cost. I think the town manager, you had suggested that it would be rolled into a vote. And I'm also cognizant that the town just voted for the library, also a compelling need. And I'm balancing that against what I heard for the first hour this evening, which was that we're about to vote on effectively a level-funded budget, which is good that we can do that, but then we're also told that we're going to have to spend $1.7 million of free cash that nobody wants to spend. We're going to have to be going to the citizenry to ask them for possibly an override. We're going to be considering that in the near future for other comparably laudable capital expenditures. And I'm just thinking to myself that I might be inclined, and people in the town might be inclined to vote for this because it's an important need. And then again, they may not be inclined to vote for it if it's going to mean that we're not going to be able to support voting for, I think, Mr. Berman, you mentioned a water distribution system or whatever other systems we need. And I guess all I'm thinking is it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse, or is it the other way around? But you get the point. I can hear from people who voted for me, or maybe didn't vote for me, but voted for us to represent them when they voted on the library expenses. And now we're considering going before them to ask them perhaps to vote for another $25 million. And then the following year, whenever we decide whatever other needs we have, maybe go back to them again on another ad hoc or piecemeal basis to vote again. And all I'm thinking is there may be some value to taking an overall look, as was suggested earlier before we're entertaining this, at what are the other things that we may be asking them and we may be having to vote on. And if it's a question of which of the laudable expenses that we want to support, we're going to be able to support, it might make sense to look at them all at the same time, or at least the people who are going to be voting for us, and more importantly, voting for each of these in the future, might be saying to us, I wish I had known when you asked me to vote for the $25 million for this particular expense, what you were going to be asking me or telling me that we needed in another year. So I kind of would like to have a better picture about the bigger picture before I can fully support what I know I support in my heart, but I'm not so sure I support in my mind. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill Brown, Precinct 8. One of the factors that they keep talking about is the increased value of your property. I have no intentions of selling my property until I go to Laurel Hill to join my wife. So value of property means nothing to myself and a lot of other seniors that are in the same situation. I don't care if the value of my property goes up because I don't intend to sell it. I intend to die in it if I can. So I truly don't care. And I think this whole project is not worth the money that we're willing to spend on it. We got many, many other projects in the pipeline, so to speak, that need to be done. We need water supply. I don't know if any of you have had the pleasure of not being without water. I did for 10 days, and I got to tell you, it was not very pleasant. When they mixed the water and sewer line together in Tripoli, Libya. It was not very pleasant. And I just don't think we need this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Right behind, yes.
Hi, my name's Jackie Petrillo, Precinct 6, and I actually just have some questions, not comments. I'm new to this, so I apologize if they're redundant, but in one of the slides you pulled up, it was talking about the advantage of full-day kindergarten and the advantage it imparts on the students. And you didn't get into it much, but it said that there was about a 1-month advantage in literacy and less than a 1-month advantage in math. Is there any information about how much of this advantage is retained over the summer break? I do know that there's lots of information and data out there about loss loss of retention over summer breaks for students. So how much of that 1 month literacy advantage and less than 1 month mathematical advantage is lost? Do you know that?
Mr. Doherty?
I don't know specifically, but what's going to happen is it's cumulative over several years. And I think that's the point that's being made in the study, is that builds upon. So by the time they reach third grade, which is why I showed you the third grade piece, is that your gap gets larger.
Yeah, I have a question about that too. But as far as that 1 month and less than 1 month, is there another way to make up the difference, or has that been looked at as opposed to instituting full day, mandatory full day kindergarten? Is there some other way to make up that month gap in literacy and less than a month in mathematics?
You use the interventions that we have in place now, which include, some include special education services, some include tutorial services, some include summer services, depending on the student.
Okay. So you talked about that third grade, that MCAS disparity, so I did have a question about that. So the difference seemed to be 68% from the special education that needed improvement versus 16% of the general education. Did I read that correctly?
The graph shows you the percentage of students that receive a needs improvement or warning, which are your two lowest scores on the MCAS. For the high needs subgroup, which is approximately 65 to 75 students per year, and your non-high needs students, which is about 225 or so students a year.
So you said that most of those high needs students were not full day kindergarten. Do you have numbers on that?
I do not have those numbers, but the majority of those students were not full day.
And do we know the reason why they weren't full day? Were they not?
I don't know. I mean, that would be more of a family, we'd have to poll the families.
And has there been any consideration or study as what the cost of increasing services to those students to make up that gap would be?
A lot of times it ends up being special education services, which are more costly. We do not have a lot of general education tutorial services in our operating budget.
Okay. Is there any data on statistics of how many of our students that attended some private preschool or private pre-K, how those students do once they enter either our half-day kindergarten or first grade and on? Do we have any data on that?
We don't have that data available.
Is there national data on that at all?
There may be. There may be.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Ms. Doctor?
Nancy Doctor from Precinct 1. Actually, having gone to the Finance Committee meetings and Selectmen meetings prior to town meeting tonight, I was actually kind of surprised that we're actually talking about this, because I've heard repeatedly that we're at financial crossroads and we really need to have a dialogue about how we want to spend our money, what we want the town to look like. And I actually would like to have that dialogue before I commit my neighbors to close to $500,000 of debt. Some of you may have seen, I think it was published in February, that the Pew Research announced that the middle class has dropped from 53% to 44%. So I'd like us to talk about what we want our town to look like. You saw tonight a slide about where we were for property taxes on the North Shore, but in the state, Reading ranks, I think, either 112th or 113th in the state for property taxes. I understand that there's been some comments made tonight and in school committee meetings about how much we spend on our students. They're ranked 305 in the state. And I'm not sure what that has to do with this discussion tonight, because it's not really how much money you have, it's actually how you choose to spend it. We've been fortunate enough that Reading actually was named, I think, Boston Magazine this past year as one of the top 50 schools in the state, which is quite an honor, and kudos to our teachers and our school department. But our teachers actually are ranked one of the lowest paid out of those 50 schools. So we should really have a town-wide discussion as to how do we really want to spend our money. Our teachers are ranked 221st, I think, for pay in the state. I actually have some concerns about spending this amount of money on something that I think is actually a want and not a need. And the reason why I say that is last year I actually went to one of the school committee's forum when you were looking at the Wakefield site. And I had asked you at the time, Dr. Doherty, if you had information on what the long-term impact was on full-day kindergarten in a suburban setting like Reading. And you didn't have the statistics or the information readily available, but you were gracious enough to email me studies and kind of summarize the information you sent me. Long-term seems to be talking about the end of first grade, and that most of the studies actually indicated that any initial gains are actually lost after third grade, unless English is not spoken at home or you're on subsidized lunches. And I think recently, I think Mary DeLay told me that in our town we have 7 to 8% of our students on subsidized lunches. One school is closer to 10%. I didn't clarify, I didn't know if that was METCO related. Right, so we're really not talking about a high number. And it's not just your study that you sent me that indicated that gains are lost after third grade. There's numerous studies. There's the Georgetown study that just was published on the Oklahoma schools. There's the California Institute Public Policy in California. I'm not even beginning to look at the ones that are coming from Canada. So it's a lot of money, and that we're not getting a lot of bang for our buck. And it's not just the educational research, it's actually coming from economists. You sent me a study, I think it was called The Full Story on Full Day, and that was based on Washington State's kindergarten program, where I think half of the public schools in Washington State actually have full day. And I think it was just this past January that what was published was actually the cost analysis for that. And basically it said that the program is a wash, that it basically, the benefits were less than what the costs were. And my concern is, I'm not even sure that I want full day. You told me that if we basically eliminate full day kindergarten, we don't have a classroom problem. And I would actually like to see us look at how we address full day in general. I think we should look at something, what they do in Colorado, and it's really assessed on what the need is. If a child is on subsidized lunch, if there's an income base, if there's a family problem, then they should basically have full day. And it shouldn't be based on a tuition, it should be really based on need. I mean, personally, just a few years ago, I really embraced when the school department came out and they asked us to read the David Edkins book, The Hurried Child. We were encouraged to watch The Race to Nowhere. There were homework-free vacations. And now you're asking us to put 5-year-olds in a full-day kindergarten. You know, personally, I'm not sure if I was starting out like the couple of the young mothers that were at the meeting that I went to over at the Coolidge School with you. I'm not sure I would make the decision to put my child in full-day kindergarten. I went back to work when my kids were both 8 weeks old because I'm self-employed. And I didn't actually use pre-K until they were enrolled in half-day because I actually really believe that there's a real benefit in unstructured time, in kind of free play. And it's not just me. There's plenty of child psychologists that believe in this and people who do child development. So I'm asking that we actually vote against this until we have a town-wide discussion and we really look at whether or not, you know, this is a want or a need. Thank you.
Further discussion, right here on the edge.
Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. I'm not a conservative, but I love our schools, and I my daughter has been going to our school. She's in the middle school now, and we've had a fantastic experience. She's doing very, very well. We're delighted with that. We don't know where it came from. But she went to half-day kindergarten, and it's kind of funny. Now that she's kind of turned into a slightly snarky teenager, I asked her about kindergarten. I said, what do you think about this half-day kindergarten thing? And she kind of snorted at me. Talked to one of her friends who went to full-day kindergarten. She said, all they did was take a nap. So it begs the question, are we going to build a $25 million nap center in town? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm listening to a lot of things that are saying, and what this doctor said here. The one-size-fits-all approach to this concerns me because I really believe that it's not for every kid. I think that there are some kids for whom the full day, particularly special needs children, economically disadvantaged kids, we can probably find a way to accommodate those kids without necessarily going through all this. And I think that the unstructured time, and our daughter spent time with family, with nannies, with some of the very great daycare facilities we have in this town, and it worked out really, really well for us. So I agree. I think that discussion, and I think once you open the doors and say, we have full-day kindergarten, then everyone's going to send their child because you'd be an idiot not to at that point. I mean, they're paying for it. It's free. I do have some questions, specifically to make sure I understand, some of the things that were discussed. We've talked a lot about the studies associated with, the benefits of half-day versus full-day and so forth. But we have students. We have students that have done half-day and students that have done full-day. So rather than talk about California or Colorado, other studies, do we know how our students have performed, those which have been in half-day versus full-day? Maybe my daughter's just an anomaly, but internal to we have information that goes at least to 8th grade, in my experience, and I'm sure beyond that. Do we know specifically how their performance ranks when we put them next to each other?
That's why I showed
In
you third grade schools.
In our school?
Yes, third grade schools, those are Reading students that I showed you.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look at your presentation again, because I'm not sure I necessarily got that information. Just a clarification, you said the current offset to budget is $820,000. I apologize for not being more up to speed on, when you say the current offset, what does that mean? You say offset to budget. Please.
Mr. Doherty.
So the families that pay the tuition for full-day kindergarten, it goes into a specific kindergarten revolving account, which by statute has to be used for full-day kindergarten. So the offset to the budget to pay for this full-day staffing is $820,000. It's an offset to the school department budget.
Oh, I understand. Okay. So I guess the question that comes back to me is, before we start going down this path, is do we really know what this is going to cost the town operationally on an annual basis? I mean, we have a lot of different numbers up here. So now we're talking about going to be a debt exclusion. That's going to cost us all something. And my tax bill is not itemized, unfortunately, so I can't tell how much we put aside for that. But do we really know what the operational cost of running this facility would look like? Because I'm not sure that I really understand that fully at this point.
So I talked about the Chapter 70 funding. We'll see an increase of Chapter 70 funding. The Chapter 70 funding should be able to offset the additional increase that we're going to need in personnel utility for the full-day kindergarten.
So just to make sure we're all clear on this, maybe I'm the slow one. You're telling me that aside from debt exclusion, there's no additional cost to the town for running this facility?
I can't promise that, but it should be pretty close.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about 3.5 years from now, so I can't predict 3.5 years.
Chapter 70 funding, how locked in? Is that formula fixed? Do we know that's going to happen, or does the legislature change its mind about these things periodically?
I feel like we're trading here. Our Chapter 70 funding, and actually there's page 40 in the budget, the town warrant that you saw. Our Chapter 7 funding has increased every single year since 1993.
Thank you. One last comment, and then I'll get out of your ears here. if for some reason this does go through, and we do decide to press forward this, I beg you, look at the other side of Oakland Road, because I said to my wife, if they build it in the parking lot, it seems like every time we have a meeting here, it's raining outside, and well, it's raining outside.
Further discussion? Mr. Ensminger?
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I'd like to yield my time to a Reading resident who has expressed a desire to address town meeting. He's in a butter and a local resident.
He's in a butter. Is there any objection?
Mr. Parker Kimball.
Not appearing. Mr. Kimball? Oh, there is an objection. I'm sorry. Did you have? That is true, and we will abide by that. We've generally ceded to abutters, but I will. But if we have objections, we'll have to wait until town meeting members have had that choice. It has been, yes, we have allowed abutters, but the actual rule is that town meeting members first have the opportunity. I will make sure that we get back to you. Yes. Okay, then we will allow you to come down if there's no other objection. Just traditionally, we have allowed abutters to speak. That should be working over here. Oh, Mr. Ryan, do you have an objection? Oh. We're all set.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and town meeting members for allowing me to speak. My name is Parker Kimball. I live at 27 Longfellow Road. I've been there for 24 years, and I've also been a Reading resident for 42 years. I came down tonight because I had heard that somewhere that through Dr. Doherty's office that the abutters were not opposed to this location. And the fact is I am very opposed, and I went and also polled my neighbors. And of the 24 houses on Longfellow and the 2 houses abutting Longfellow on Oakland, I was able to talk to 19 families. The stats I have, 63% are opposed, 32% are undecided, 5%, one household approves of the location. The approved and 2 of the undecideds both will benefit from the publicly funded full-day kindergarten. So basically 2/3 of the people in my neighborhood are opposed to this. Second issue is traffic. When I went to ask the folks, almost all of them made mention, actually all of them made mention of the traffic. 100% of the people I talked to said traffic is a problem in the area. So that needs to be addressed. You don't need $15,000 for a study. We've already had 2 car accidents during the normal times that the parents and students are going to and from the school. One of my concerns there is that the Woburn Street School and the Parker School were taken off the list partially because of traffic. I don't understand why our concerns are not being heard. There was nothing tonight in Dr. Doherty's presentation about how we voiced this concern, both on the 15th and the 22nd of April. My other concern is cost. Looking at the town, the average tax bill is $6,575 per year. The median income in the town is $102,000 per household. Now, if you take $102,000 and you take out for taxes, and then you figure the $6,500 for your taxes, add on the library for $150, $200 a year. This from a number for the 26.2 million that I heard at the meeting I went to was $325 to $330 per year. You're going to bring your taxes over $7,100 based upon today's rate. That's 10% of after-tax income or more for the average.
Point of order. Point taken. Can you wrap up?
Sure. So my concern here is this is unaffordable, considering I'd heard earlier about other things that are needed for the town. I'd rather have water than full-day kindergarten. And I will wrap up with that. I just wanted to make the point, as an abutter, that our neighborhood does not want that location. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Ryan, I believe you were next.
Not nice. Not nice. He's making fun of you. That old guy now.
Is this microphone? Oh, yes, it works. How about that? Thomas J. Ryan, Precinct 1. Mr. Moderator, there's another woman at the back of the room who wishes to be heard after everyone else is heard, of course. Thank you. By the way, that tablet I had was defective. I tried playing Keno for an hour and nothing happened. Now, as far as Article 5 is concerned, I'd like to point out that the person who wrote the background information on Article 4 was apparently unfamiliar with the provisions of Prop 2.5. On page 9 in the second paragraph, it claims funding for this project will be done through a debt exclusion override. There is no such thing as a debt exclusion override. On page 11, in the final paragraph, it states funding could be done as a future exclusion or override. Capital projects are done through exclusions. They may not be done through overrides. Overrides are voted for funding operations and thereby increase the levy limit permanently. Now, the business before Article 4 is whether to fund a schematic design for a new building. Now, the value of early childhood education, as Dr. Doherty pointed out, is well documented in numerous studies. There is no doubt there is increased value of early education. A well-respected professor at the University of Chicago stresses these values. But in an interview with PBS last February, a year ago, February 22nd, 2013, he states it is not the money, it's the parenting. That's James Heckman, a Nobel Prize winner. So we're talking about money here. And the item that is being proposed used to be called free all-day kindergarten. Now it's publicly funded all-day kindergarten. Publicly funded means the taxpayers of Reading will pay for this building. Because, as Dr. Doherty pointed out, the MSBA state funding is not currently available for the construction of early childhood centers. But we don't have to worry because with 320 full-day kindergarten students per year would count as full-day students. So additional Chapter 70 funding per year would be approximately $1.1 million. This amount would offset staff costs and so forth. But I'm reminded of the discussion we had regarding the Wood End School when the school committee told us at the time there would be no incremental cost. Perhaps this building will cost us nothing. In the meantime, who's going to provide the public funding? Now consider the parents, say, of a 3-year child who look forward to paying $4,200 a year say for full-day kindergarten for the next 3 years. So they're looking forward to a cost of $12,600 over that 3-year period. So then they look at the prospect of a debt exclusion of roughly $26.2 million for 20 years. And for 3 years, 3, 4, 5, they'll be paying $200 a year. For 20 years, that'll cost them $4,000. But you have to look at it this way, that the other families in Reading would pay $4,000 over 20 years. But turning down this proposal does not mean we are turning down the access to early education in Reading. We have the resources, preschool, RISE, kindergarten, half-day, full-day, and there are also public kindergartens. I don't think it is fair for 400 to 500 families who will benefit from this proposal when they're going to save $12,000 over 20 years and expect the other 8,000 families in Reading to pick up the tab so they can save thousands of dollars, and then a year down the road ask for an override to pay for it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ms. Binder?
Angela Binder, Precinct 5. Thank you for the work that you've done, and I think it's opened up a really good conversation about what the needs are as far as preschool education. I absolutely don't think that we need to spend $500,000 in order to further the discussion. What was left off the last slide as far as going forward was a townwide vote, and I think that it would be very irresponsible to be talking about going forward and a townwide vote without speaking of it in context of Proposition 2.5. I also think it would have been really helpful to see the school committee presentation before this. I know why we did this first, because when I was reading the school committee report and reading about all of the unfunded needs, it really made me wonder whether or not adding another program to this already underfunded school budget is a wise choice. I think that one of the things that has surprised me about where we are right now is that I know that the school committee voted to support full-day kindergarten, and I support that too. Personally, I think that there should be a choice, so even if there were full-day kindergarten, I know that there are people who don't support it. But I guess what I was kind of surprised at when we got to this point, what seems to be a real scope creep, and how we went from looking at the Woburn Street School and kindergarten to all of a sudden we now have an increase in the RISE program and a full-size gymnasium and the possibility of moving the administration offices over. And one of the presentations, the relieving space for the high school was included in the presentations that Dr. Doherty gave. So I really think that the scope of what was presented tonight might not be what is actually needed. I do think it's important to still consider that even if it gets voted on here, it still goes to the town. And I've been hearing a lot from people having conversations. I've received phone calls. I received a phone call tonight. And aside from one RISE parent who I spoke with holding signs on Election Day, no one who I've spoken with is in favor of this project. And the objections range from the decision to increase the RISE program, which people don't think necessary, to somebody who called me tonight and said, the high school band practices all the time on that parking lot. And I know that one of the things was, additional space, community space. He said, when the fields are full, the high school band practices all the time, and you're taking away this parking lot that is outdoor space, additional outdoor space for the band. So I think that the conversation should continue. I think a lot has been brought up. I hope the conversation continues. I hope that there is an opportunity for full-day kindergarten for everyone. I don't necessarily support an increase in the RISE program. And I disagree with some of the statistics and some of the things that were stated too. I read the studies that the educational benefits level off by about third grade, and I read an article today that says, all work and no play, why your kids are more anxious and depressed. I was scared by the statistics of the mental health issues at the high school students. And it says, adding to the problem is increasing emphasis on schooling and adult-directed activities. Preschool and kindergarten programs have become more academically oriented. And I got this article on the Race to Nowhere website. So when we're thinking about what we want in our kindergarten, what we want in our preschool, if we really want our third graders' curriculum to completely align with the core curriculum, I think these are all really valuable questions, and I think the discussion can continue, but I think it can continue without an expenditure of $500,000.
Ms. Webb?
Evening, town meeting members. Elaine Webb, Precinct 1, recent addition to school committee. Just a couple of things. My kids did attend RISE and kindergarten half day. That was quite a while ago. When I was not on the school committee when they took the vote for this article to go forward. I fully support the article. Earlier today, I read the comments that Chuck was going to read on our behalf. I fully support all the comments, but I said, maybe we should make a little bit of an adjustment, because I know sometimes people can take information and feel like we're making a threat. And I had suggested that part of the statement come out, but I'm going to read it again, because it wasn't taken out of Chuck's comments, because it's not just an idle threat. If we don't move forward with examining a solution to increase early childhood education for all students in this district, our students will begin to fall behind, achievement can suffer, and students may not be able to compete with others in our area. I felt like some aspects of that, the point has been made, is well made in the presentation that Dr. Doherty presented and Scott Dunlap from AI3. There's a few pieces of data. We're talking about, do we need this or not need this? I was on the committee and involved in 2005 and 6 when we first implemented full-day kindergarten. I believe it was $4,000 tuition at the time. And we had a lottery. And at that time, only 32% of kids wanted to attend full-day kindergarten. And we had a lottery. And when one parent's lottery was picked, and Paul Garrett, I was at Killam at the time, and we made all attempts to make sure it was completely fair, and he pulled the name out of a hat, and those kids got to go to full-day kindergarten, and there were other parents sitting there saying, my student doesn't get to go. No, they have other options. The point, that was 32% of families at that time wanted full-day kindergarten. Now we have 72% of our families wanting full-day kindergarten. Our RISE preschool, in 2005, there were 82 students. We have over 100 students. If the enrollment is the same as last year, it'll be 112 students. And there's 25 students on the waiting list. These are students that want to get into these programs. The dialogue has been going on since 2011. 3 months ago, I realized I wanted to run for school committee again. I needed to get back up to speed on this. And I've done a lot of homework and research. I attended one of the sessions, the session that the abutter who previously spoke was at. I attended that information session. And although there were lots of concerns in that particular session from abutters about traffic and the traffic issues at this site now, today, that exist, the group was supportive and wanted to see this happen. And Dr. Doherty has reported to the school committee after every one of those sessions, incorporated a lot of the feedback which he shared with you. And overall, although there were concerns maybe about the site or the impacts or the traffic or this performing arts center and not wanting to eliminate access and parking, the support was there from people who came to those sessions to learn the details and understand what would happen. What we're talking about today is putting forward the money that's needed to really understand what we would need to do to meet this need, and we won't even be able to meet this need till 2017. I can tell you the people who sat in the sessions that Dr. Doherty has held would not want to hear that they can't even get to that need till 2017, let alone if we don't move forward with looking at the schematic design to completely vet this out, then we're talking probably another couple of years. I urge you to support this expenditure. The school committee, the finance committee fully support this, and we're looking for town meeting support to go forward.
Did I hear a move to adjourn? Where was that? By whom?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. What is your name? Okay, although this is non-debatable, all those in favor of the adjournment of the special town meeting, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion does not carry. Further discussion? Yes, in the back.
Good evening. My name's Lauren Dahm. I'm Precinct 6, and I served on the Early Childhood Working Group. I'm a mother of 2. My son, Cal, is currently in full-day K in Barrows, and my daughter, Josie, will be going to Rise in the afternoons next year. I just wanted to say that one of the reasons I joined town meeting is because I have great concern for what's going on in this town. I've been a resident since 2006, and I absolutely love the town. Before I decided to stay home and be with my children, I was working in the superintendent's office, and I very much enjoyed my role there. I currently volunteer for elder services as well now. I value the choices that we have to make as citizens, and I think this is an important forum, and I just really ask you to let this go to the public for a vote. We will not have any more answers unless we approve this $483,000 move forward. And a lot of the questions you've raised would be answered if we could have the study move forward. My daughter will not take advantage of free full-day K. However, I still fully support it and do not mind paying for this in tax dollars for the next 20 years. I've seen my son, who was 2 years at Rise Preschool, go from knowing his letters and sounds to writing full paragraphs. It's amazing what they do, and I really value our schools, and I hope you do too.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill Brown, Precinct 8. When the vote is taken, I request a roll call vote, sir.
All right, that would require 20 people. We will keep that in mind. Further discussion? Yes, in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Will Finch, Precinct 8. I'm kind of surprised that in the presentation that there hasn't been any projections of population, 4 or 5 years down the road. I realize we do have a need for space now, but I'd certainly hate to go forward and spend the money when We keep hearing that birth rates are dropping, marriage rates are dropping, so I'd like a little data on that. And also, I don't see the advantage of a centralized kindergarten. I think people like their own neighborhood schools. I think it's good to have small kids seeing older kids as mentors, going to the same buildings. And also, I think Reading's, it's a great average kind of town. When you look at the statistics, the results we're getting are really quite good for the money we're spending. We may be a little bit lower than others, but there's this real cluster of towns, and we're right in that cluster. So I don't, Dedham's spending a whole lot more money than we are per student, but they've got SATs that are lower than ours. So I don't see the correlation necessary with how much money we're spending. Thanks.
Further discussion?
I can answer this question about enrollment.
Okay, Mr. Doherty.
I do apologize. I didn't talk about the enrollment piece. I did talk about it in the presentations. When we did the locker study, we had a full enrollment study done, projecting out for the next 20 years. And what we have found is we are not going to see any major increase in enrollment over the next several years, primarily because Reading is already pretty much built out. And what you're going to see now is you're going to see some spikes of maybe 1% one year and a decrease of 2%. So it's going to stay pretty flat. It's not going to decrease significantly. It's not going to increase significantly. It's going to stay pretty flat. What you're going to see now is where you have turnovers of homes. That's where we're going to get our constant enrollment. But the enrollment's going to stay pretty steady for the next several years.
Mr. Mandel?
Bob Mandel, Precinct 6. I just have a couple of questions on the enrollment, actually. What is the current enrollment in the elementary school system? Is it about 2,000?
No, our enrollment's about 4,400.
The elementary schools?
Oh, at the elementary schools.
About 2,000?
I'm not sure. I can check if you want to.
Yeah.
About 1,800.
About 1,800.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, the RISE population, is that included in that 1,800, the RISE and the
No.
general education?
No. That would be the K-5 population.
Okay. So then we would add roughly about 100 students then for the RISE and the general education, that little portion? Is that about right?
You mean to
the base number in the elementary schools? Yes? No?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I actually remember that when we were discussing the 4 elementary schools versus the 5 elementary schools back in 2000, we were told that that when we built the 5th school, we would be able to accommodate 2,440 students at the time. And at the time we were discussing it, actually the enrollment was about 2,097. The reason I remember this is because I was writing all the numbers back then. So my question is, what happened to the 2,440 students across the 5 schools? Have we changed the programmatic numbers so that we're now using more space? That's my question.
That's your question. Okay. So I wasn't part of those discussions.
Right, I know you weren't.
I was a
excuse you
teacher.
from that. That was Dr. Haratuni.
Right.
And his ilk at the time.
I can tell you that there's been a lot of programmatic changes, which is what I was highlighting tonight, between the full-day kindergarten piece and the addition of special education programs, which have required more space at our elementary schools.
Now, is the fact that we're losing space have to do with smaller class sizes than we had projected when we were talking about the 2440, the 5 schools being able to accommodate those?
I don't know
Have we
what...
changed the numbers per classroom?
I don't know what the class sizes were based upon in those days. The school committee guidelines for K-2 have been 18 to 22 for several years now.
Yeah, that was the same, and above that it was 25 was
Yeah,
the goal
and the 3 to
at that
5
time.
is mid-20s.
Okay.
And
So-
those are pretty much what we have right now.
So, I guess again, my question is, what happened to all those spaces that we supposedly were building for, that 2440 number?
Yeah,
You don't know?
no, I don't know. I mean, I'm just telling you how the space is being used right now.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Adams?
Whoops, Charlie Adams, Precinct 5. Just 2 quick questions. Are there any local communities that have an early child care learning center in the area that, I mean, other communities that have built a center like that, number 1. And then number 2, if you could give us a sense of how the $30 million translates. We've heard some numbers kicked around here, but from your perspective, how the $30 million translates in terms of taxes per resident over the next 20 years.
There are several local communities that do have early childhood centers, Wilmington being one, Tewksbury. These are early childhood centers. There are several districts in the area that have full-day kindergarten, but having a concept of early childhood center. Wakefield is going to have an early childhood center next year. In most communities, they have an empty school that they have rented out to another group or private school that they take back. In Reading, we don't have that empty school because we've sold off that, or you repurpose the property over time. So I think that's the difference between what other communities have done when they've added an early childhood center and the situation that we're in. In terms of the taxes, I'm trying to think of that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The library is approximately $200 a household, a little bit less, for 10 years, and that's $13.5 million. So double that, and that's if it's 10 years. Now I have to say, based on a lot of the discussion that's going on, 10 years might not be the best choice to finance some of these projects. We might want to do it longer to make it a smaller impact, but that gives you a ballpark.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gary Phillips, Precinct 7. I'd like to yield my 10 minutes to another tax-paying resident and former town meeting member, Linda Phillips, either now or
Yielding is not allowed. In the one case we made was in a butter. There is no yielding of time. I am aware there is a non-town meeting member that would like to speak, and I will look for her at that time.
Well, then I'll speak on my own behalf.
Okay.
I can't say enough against this proposal. There was a study done years ago that showed, and I think it was cited by one of the other town meeting members, that indicates that the learning disadvantage of any kids who don't attend kindergarten are really non-existent by grade three. We simply can't afford this project. It's not necessary. It's not mandated by the state. I like some of the comments made earlier by, I think it was Mr. Downey, about being more enterprising and being more resourceful. I'm a person who likes to think of myself as thinking outside the box. We should have pursued other alternatives. If a small number of citizens feel this is beneficial, I think among the other alternatives to be considered should have been not just where to locate, but actually pursue private enterprise endeavors, which might have provided competition. They could have gone ahead and even provided tax benefit incentives that would actually, in the end, generate income for the town. Let's see, there's also the question of how beneficial it would be for little 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds to spend a full day in school. We had children, and we found that when they did go to preschool, that all they could tolerate really was a half day. It wasn't, we agree with a comment made earlier that it's questionable how beneficial it would be to go ahead and commit children at that age to an all-day kindergarten program. We are concerned about the misuse of space or the lack of more efficient use of the space. And in that connection, I just have one quick question for Mr. Doherty. What is the class size for the classrooms at the Dividends Road School? What is the class size? I'm talking about surface area.
The class sizes are between, well, they're primarily in the 20s, low 20s. Our class sizes are pretty comparable in all of our schools.
I mean, the square footage for each
The square footage?
classroom, I'm sorry. I should have said.
Sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head.
I believe it to be, approximately 700, considerably less than what was really prescribed by SBA at the time the school was built. And that was supposed to be over 1,000 square feet. But anyways, that caused me to wonder why a classroom over at Barrows at 700 square feet wouldn't have been suitable for any classroom use. Even kindergarten. There was one there that you said was 700 square
It's
feet.
the music room, and it's not that the classroom is being used right now. The problem is it's not big enough to hold more than 15 students.
Okay.
That's what I was referring to.
Okay. All right, well, anyways, in conclusion, I don't want to be redundant to things that have already been said. This is not required by the state. Basically, we feel it's not reimbursable, and I strongly suggest we just vote against it.
Further discussion? Mr. D'Addario.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ron D'Addario, Precinct 6. First of all, I have to say I do have a few questions. One statement would be probably the full day. I could see a great need for it in certainly one sense, and that is for a number of reasons. I would imagine most of them, moms and parents, are working, and the full day is probably something that they need. And I would imagine that many of the moms who are using the partial, maybe they can't afford the 4,000 plus, so it's probably presenting problems. So a full day under today's economic needs for most families, it probably would be a good thing. And I certainly take objection that, and I know it was meant as a bit of a joke, but the children are not sleeping the second half of the day. In respect to the teachers, I haven't been there personally, but I know they're working hard, and I know they're doing the best to give those youngsters a full day's education. So I think that's a need and a good thing. Part of my question comes when I was reading the warrant, and I was reading about the financial situation of the town. In fact, 1.7 million, and we were going to need to have an override soon that would be a non-debt exclusion for the town, would be an override period, to say it correctly. So now I'm wondering, in a sense, I got one phone call, which is a large number for me to get, I have to admit. But my neighbor was concerned about the funding. She's basically a pro-school person all her life, and she was saying, Ron, is this too much? Are we going overboard, et cetera? So I basically gave her my spiel that, as Mr. Brown knows, there's no tax I've never voted for. So, but I have to ask in this case, I'm kind of thinking, well, what kind of an override would we be looking for the town so that we're not having so many things that we need? Now, the thing is that if we were to pass the 400,000, and eventually if we were to go to the override for this building, and if it were to pass, then what happens when we have another override? And we're going to need one, apparently, I don't know when, but this does concern me because an override for the town doesn't have the glamour that an override for the school does or an override for the library. There are a lot of people, yeah, not an override, but a debt exclusion. I'm sorry, I think I'm getting that straight finally. So it doesn't have that glamour, and there aren't maybe many people who will go out, hold signs, and write the postcards, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm looking, if I'm going to answer my neighbor correctly, I have to give her some idea of what to expect. What is he going to expect in the future? Okay, I think we voted for the library, and I'm delighted about that. I think we need this. I don't need much convincing. But, okay, if you're going to go for the 400,000, I mean, you've got to consider we're going to go for the whole thing down the road with a debt exclusion override. But then what's going to come down the road? What does it mean? What I'm asking really, maybe FinCom or Bob, can they give us some idea when you say we're going to need a town override? What are you going to be looking for? What will we need to fight this? And thank you very much.
Further discussion?
I can answer his
Mr. Alesha?
I'm only speaking for myself, Ron, but if you're going to go to the trouble of having an override, I think it's a waste of time to do anything less than 10%, which would be $6 million a year. That doesn't mean you use all $6 million right away. You may grow into it. And there's been some sentiment over the last year that, you know, had we hit the reset button on all the projects, we could have financed all of them with an override, not debt exclusions. But the reason that debt exclusions obviously are particularly attractive is because they end. The override doesn't. But there is a method you could use going forward even still that would wrap the library project, this project, all under an umbrella of an override. And you'd effectively not use the debt service portion of the override until that went away. So there's still a lot of discussion to be had this summer by the whole community. But to directly answer your question, I really don't think an override would be sensible to even attempt for anything less than about 10%. We collect about $60 million in property taxes.
Further discussion? Right there on the edge, yes.
Marie Ferrari, Precinct 5. I have assisted at building an early childhood center, so I know what it takes to build one, and I know what they're all about. And they are wonderful things for little children, and there was one center and everybody went to it, and it's gorgeous. So I'm not anti-center, but I'm now talking with my taxpayer head on. At $325 over 20 years, and my finance head, it's about $6,500 per household on the debt exclusion over 20 years. We're also going to add that $2,000 over 10 years for the library. So we're talking about, for at least 10 years, $8,500, and then for 20 years, $6,500 above and beyond on our taxes. Secondly, what time do the kids leave? What would be the leaving time for these full-day kindergartners?
Mr. Doherty?
Currently, they start at 8:30 and they finish at 2:45.
Okay, so anyone who sends any child to daycare 12 months, any child is running between $15,000 and $20,000 a year for daycare, just to let you know that. So it runs about $12,000 for a 9-month school year. So whether they send them to full-day free full-day kindergarten or not, they're still going to have to cover that 2:45 or 2:30 to 6 o'clock time period. It'll just cut down on the amount. If you're paying for a child in kindergarten, half-day kindergarten right now, you're spending $4,200, is that it? $4,200 plus whatever to get home from work. And I don't know if we have an after-school program or not, which adds to the price.
It would be about
So another $2,000 or $3,000 a year? I really don't know what that would be. So they're already expending a whole lot of money. The question becomes whether we as a community want to spend as a community or whether we want to have people spend individually for that large amount of money. Secondly, when you're thinking about building an early childhood center, I know you said that you were going to use it for other things. They're virtually unusable for anybody but early childhood kids. The gyms come specially made so that when kids fall, they don't get hurt. You're not going to have basketball players in there in the afternoon unless you build the wrong kind of gym for early childhood kids. And the classrooms. Have you ever seen an early childhood toilet? There's no way. You're not going to rent that out to people unless it's going to be little kids. Have you ever seen an early childhood classroom and try to sit in that small stuff? Forget it. So, I mean, that's a moot argument. You really either decide you're going to build an early childhood center because it's good for the kids and it works for the community, or you're not going to build one. But the other stuff, you know. So I hope I've given you some information as to how much it would cost you over the long term, cost the townspeople over the long term. And I am in favor of an early childhood center, but I do think we have to go into it with our eyes wide open.
Mr. Berman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 4, also on the Finance Committee. My son was a RISE student, first year as an IEP, on an IEP, and the second year as a paying student, and then was one of the first, when we did the all-day kindergarten, was a first year recipient of that at $4,000 a year. He's now finishing Parker. He's a straight A student, made the high honor roll each time. Is that because he went to all-day kindergarten and RISE? Can't say that's the fact. I can also say it didn't hurt. So, you know, but the educational benefits aside, I just want to remind people what's on the table right now. If you recall the last town meeting, I stood up here and made a proposal that we have a building committee so that every time we have a large project such as this, that it gets fully vetted before we go to the voters. Ultimately, on a project like this, the voters are going to decide. But we want them to decide with good numbers and sort of what it's going to look like. The library project was an example of not getting good numbers, and we had to actually go twice to have a vote. Ultimately, it won. What you're being asked to support today is a study so that ultimately when it goes to the voters, and there's a lot of where people can go, the pros and the cons of whether we want it, the pros and cons of whether it should be on this site, the pros and cons of whether you want to spend X amount of dollars, the voters will have something in front of them that has, you know, a pretty good estimate, or as much as you can, about what it is it's actually going to cost. So what you're deciding tonight right now is not the merits of the all-day kindergarten and early childhood center. What you're going to be voting on is that do you want to bring it to the voters and they have something actually where they have meat in front of them where they can go about and see whether they want to do it, but you're not voting whether or not you support an all-day kindergarten project right now. What you're doing is to spend the funds so that ultimately the voters will have the good information to decide. The other thing too, just so you know, that the reason why we're having this special town meeting within the town meeting is that we're basically to take the $480-some-odd-thousand out of this expenditure of free cash into the debt exclusion. Right now, that's in the budget as free cash. So just as a reminder about what you're voting on, so that when you make the decision, you know what to do. Thank you.
Mr. LeLasher?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on one thing. The way the motion was read and is in front of you, this is not a debt exclusion. This is debt. Now, it may want to one day turn into a debt exclusion. That's a different question. But right now, you're doing debt inside the Prop 2.5 levy.
Mr. Arena, Mr. Arena?
I was asked to add that means the voters don't have any opinion on what you do tonight. They only have an opinion once it's put to them as a debt exclusion. So the theory of this town meeting is put this to the voters as a big package with the whole project. If they say no, okay, you've expended $500,000, we have to find, from free cash or some other source.
Mr. Arena.
John Arena, Precinct 1. I spoke to one individual over the weekend. I won't embarrass them by naming them, but they proposed to think about this question at 3 levels, and I thought it was enlightening. The first is, do you think the concept of all-day K is good? The second is, do you agree that, or do you believe the process that's been used to arrive at this point has been impartial, fair, comprehensive? And the third is, do you think that the plan that's been put forth, the high school, the parking lot, is a prudent plan? My children are much older. I'm not a beneficiary of this unless my grandchildren decide to stay in town, but it seems to me that as I just listened to the dialogue tonight, that's really the healthy dialogue to have, the first of those 3 discussions. There are folks, I think, on both sides, but it's a rich conversation. What I haven't heard enough about tonight is whether the process that's been used, I'm frankly a little surprised that the centralized center was arrived at. As I think about it through the historical sense, I'd much rather have these kinds of activities near a grade school, but maybe I don't understand it. But that really hasn't come up tonight. I mean, a couple folks have mentioned it. What hasn't been touched at all tonight is, at least in my mind adequately enough, is the impact cost to the high school. What impact does it have on current operations? What's the opportunity cost? What else could you do with the property across the street that, if this goes forward, gets warded off? It strikes me that we're not far enough along, and that while tonight's vote might be an up or down, a down vote doesn't necessarily mean no. It means maybe not yet, that the discussion hasn't ripened enough and matured enough. And so I wouldn't necessarily charge ahead with this, because I think there's a bunch of discussion that hasn't happened. On the other hand, I don't think a no vote means no. It's really, let's let this go a bit. Let's let the dialogue continue for the affected parents. Thank you.
Ms. West.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Marcy West, Precinct 4. I would add that there's one more item that has to come even before you get into the full-day kindergarten, the process, the location. All of those are very specific to, we've already decided it's all an educational decision. The piece that I think hasn't happened yet, and some early people mentioned this, is that community discussion about, we have a limited amount of money within Reading. Is this the right use of our funds? Is this going to give us the best value for those limited resources? We know that there's many things we'd like to have in Reading. We can't have them all. We can't raise taxes indefinitely. We know from hearing from FinCom that there's numerous requests that are out there, many of them from the school department that we can't meet. There are things around sciences and things like that. So the question is this the right use for our limited resources to benefit Reading? So we're talking 72% of the students get full-day kindergarten today. So that means we're talking 28% remain. It's about 86 people. Now we said there's 25 people in Rise Kindergarten that are waiting. Okay, we're about 110 kids. So we're doing a full-day kindergarten for 110 kids. Is that the right place to be doing this? I just think that we need to have that bigger discussion that really folds it into overall, what does Reading want to do and what do we want to spend things on? There are big concerns in terms of gap year funding and how that happens. How do we get that money? We're relying on state aid to cover this. And I don't know if you remember that chart that Barry showed you on state aid, but it is very unreliable. So that might be the amount of money this year, but who knows what's it going to be next year or the year after or when other people have this. So there's some concerns that we just really need to make sure that we fully consider. I did have a question for John. So on our tuition, do we offer any type of sliding scale tuition for people who want full-day kindergarten but can't afford it? Is there any kind of option for people. So people, it's not that people can't have full-day kindergarten because they can't afford it, because there's options for them in terms of the tuition. Okay, all right, okay. The other question I had is, how many classrooms are we talking about opening up at the other elementary schools? So when we do this full childhood center, how many are we talking about opening up in total at the other?
Yes, please come up.
So during the presentation I talked about, it's going to free up approximately 3 classrooms in each of the elementary schools. Okay.
So we're talking 15 classrooms.
Yeah, 15 to 17, depending on the
So
school.
that's an additional cost we'll have.
Could you use the microphone?
Yes. So there's an additional operating cost that we'll have to bear, which is who's going into those 15 classrooms that are now freed up?
No.
No, you already have people who are double teaching? Is that what's happening?
Classroom deficit right now.
But are people in those classrooms already double teaching? Because you said you don't need additional staff.
Please use the microphone, yes.
We don't need additional staff for those classrooms. The classrooms are taken, right now we're at a classroom deficit. So we may have art and music in the same classroom, or we may have music on the stage. So we're not adding staff to fill these classrooms. We have special education programs that should be split up instead of all in the same room. We're actually out of compliance right now in several buildings on that. So we're not adding staff to fill these classrooms.
All right, I just think that we do need to look at this from an overall community perspective and really make that assessment. So, thank you.
Okay, so one over on the far right, yes, you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Connery, Precinct 1. We have spent years and tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars building a high school campus here that, by my own estimate, is fully utilized. I think that, in echoing Mr. Arena's sentiments, it is very important now that we have created, constructed, worked to perfect, and now operate this high school campus, that we fully understand what the impact is of building a $30 million facility immediately adjacent to it, and what effect it has besides just simply allowing some high school students to volunteer at the Early Childhood Learning Center, that we fully understand what the impact is on this campus. Thank you.
Several in the middle here. Yes, right in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Peter Brown, Precinct 8. Maybe you can help me with some point of order questions, point of order, point of information. What I want to suggest is that we continue this debate later. It's midnight. I think people have said a lot of things. I don't know if I can speak to this, but I want to make a motion to lay this motion on the table.
Well, the way to do it would be to move to adjourn the meeting, and we would pick it up on Thursday night.
Okay, I'm going to make a, can I speak and then make that motion or not?
One or the other.
So, no, I can't, right? Okay, so I want to make a motion to adjourn so we can continue the discussion, because I think there's a lot more to say about this subject.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn until presumably Thursday evening at 7:30 p.m. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion carries. This town meeting stands adjourned until Thursday evening at 7:30 p.m.